Represent with your hand in the air. Put 'em up. Yo!
Election is the time you love to meet up with all my friends. What's me and Manley and me's bound there? The country winning, me and people. Represent with your hand in the air. Let's go!
Leadership is strong with pride in challenging times. When we come together, the country smiles 'cause we are for you, me, we, and the BLP party.
It could be COVID or a friend.
Good night, Orders Hill. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. Good night, St. James South family. Good night, St. James Central family. Good night, Barbados and all those who are within my earshot. It is a pleasure to be your chair tonight. My name is Tahir Bulbulia, and it is a pleasure to take you through tonight's proceedings. We have a packed program, and we are expected to hear from the Honourable Prime Minister, the MPs from St. James, the Honourable Chad Blackman from St. James North, the Honourable Kerry Simmons from St. James Central, and our very own Sandra Husbands from St. James South. Tonight is a very important night. We are just over a week away from the election on February 11th. Are you red and ready? Are you red and ready? And this election is about leadership. This election is about taking Barbados forward. About taking Barbados and transforming Barbados to heights that we have never seen before. Developing our economy, developing our infrastructure, and most importantly, developing our people. And last night, who was in Golden Square? Who was in Golden Square last night? I heard the energy and felt the energy down there. Last night was electrifying. The support down there was tremendous when we launched the Manifesto. And this, for me, is a very exciting one because we live in a very exciting time in Barbados. This covers a range of topics, a range of issues, a range of transformative projects that this Labour Party and this government will take forward. And last week, you saw the red record outlining our achievements since we've taken office. And we know of the challenges that we've faced since we've taken office. But in everything, we have put you, the people, first. And we want to thank you for that. So, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker for tonight. He's a good friend of mine. He's a former Minister of Industry, Innovation and Science and Technology. He now sits in the Ministry of Health in the previous cabinet. He's a man that is our neighbor in St. James South, just separated by a road. He's a young man. He has come through the ranks of the party. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to put your hands together for none other than Mr. Davidson Ishmael.
We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. No reason to think twice. Ishmael is the people's choice. He's ready to serve you and get things moving again. Strong representation for every one of you here. He's ready to make things happen. He ain't here for sure. We keeping it real with Ishmael. Come on, let me go.
Good night to the good people of St. James South and the good people of St. James Central. Good night, BLP family. And a special good evening to the good people of St. Michael North. St. Michael North, you in the house? Aha, you sound good and you look even better. It is a pleasure to be here with you tonight. I have a very simple task. I'm here to lend my voice in support of the candidacy of two of the finest people that I have had the privilege and pleasure to serve with. Right here in St. James South, the Honourable Sandra Husbands, and on the other side, not too far from here, St. James Central, the Honourable Kerry Simmons. Two fantastic individuals that I look up to and I admire. They are an inspiration to myself as a young MP and a young minister in this government of the Barbados Labour Party. And as Tahir would have said, this election is really about strong leadership. Strong, steady, sure leadership. Those are my 3 S's really and truly to how we describe the leadership under not only our Prime Minister, Mia Amor Motley, who is arguably one of the best prime ministers in this world. I can't hear you. Arguably one of the best prime ministers in this world. Without doubt. An individual who has drawn other global leaders into her confidence. A global leader that people seek out. A person who represents our country in the best and highest way to the highest standard. Somebody that we can be proud of. Somebody who has shown us the way, who leads the way, who walks the way, who doesn't just talk the talk, but walks the walk as well. A tremendous individual. But in addition to her, there's a team called Team BLP. A strong, proven, steady team. We have gone through together as a team Ashfall. We've gone through together as a team the COVID-19 pandemic, the worst pandemic that the world has seen in over 100 years. We have gone through freak storms together as a team. We have gone through Hurricane Beryl. We've gone through loss and we've gone through suffering. We've gone through pain. We've gone through tears. We've gone through so much together. But all in all, the Barbados Labour Party has been strong and steady and sure and has kept this country safe through it all. So I'm here with the happy privilege of endorsing 2 of these candidates. And as I speak, first and foremost, I will come to the madam of the house. Well, let me start first with Minister Kerry Simmons, candidate for St. James Central. A man in whom I find great inspiration. It has been an honor to serve with him in the cabinet. He was actually, when I first came into the cabinet in 2022 as a young man, I didn't expect, I must tell you, to go into the cabinet. But the Prime Minister called and asked if I would serve, and I said I will because I put my hand to be able to serve not only the good people of St. Michael North, and I believe I've done an admirable, commendable, and a good job to serve them, but I believe when I put my hand to the plow to serve them, that I put my hand also up to serve our nation. So when the Prime Minister asked me, Davison, I would like you to serve as my minister responsible for industry, innovation, science, and technology, I said, yes, ma'am, I will do it. And I walked into cabinet on that first day, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, not knowing exactly what cabinet was all about, not knowing nothing about it, actually. I went in there completely as a neophyte when it came to these things. But I went in there with a heart to help, a desire to learn. And I sat, thankfully, next to a man. And that placement in cabinet became an eye-opener, and it became fortuitous for me. And that man is none other than Kerry Simmons. Sitting at his left hand, him at my right hand. It should have been the opposite, but that's where he sat. And I sat at his left hand. And it was there that I was able to ask questions. It was there that I was able to get insights. And Kerry would often lean over to me when something was happening in cabinet and I asked a question. He would lean over with his voluminous knowledge, his history and his skill and his experience sitting and serving in cabinets over these years, many years. I know an Arthur cabinet, a Mia Motley cabinet. And he would say to me, young Ishmael, this is what it is, this is what it means, this is what we're doing, this is how it goes. And I want to thank him for that valuable knowledge and that sharing that he gave me during our times in cabinet as I sat at his left hand. But beyond that, I can speak to the man in terms of his caliber. This is a man who has a heart for people. He loves people. And he loves the people of St. James Central with all of his heart, with all of his being. He is a man who vigorously fights on behalf of for the rights of the people of St. James Central. And you should hear him in cabinet when he advocates, whether it is for a recreational center, whatever it may be, whatever the needs are, whether it is a road. As we know, some of the road issues that he has within the constituency, he advocates and he aggressively fights on behalf of the good people of St. James Central. This man has a heart for the people of his constituency, and I believe the people of his constituency have him in their hearts as well. And he served as a minister holding multiple portfolios, the last of which as Minister of Foreign Affairs since 2022. And I don't have to tell you, this world has changed. As we talk about strong leadership, we juxtapose that with changing and challenging times. Strong leadership for changing times. Strong and steady and sure leadership for challenging times. This world is not the same as what it was, let's say, 10 years ago in 2016 or 2012 or 2010. It is a completely different world, my friends. As we look to our left, as we look to our south, our east, our north, and our west, we're seeing changes taking place in the geopolitical environment in our world. It is not the same as it used to be. And we know exactly what I'm talking about. But we have had at the steady helm of our foreign affairs policy as our chief diplomat, a man who is steeped in knowledge, not only in terms of the experience of Barbados, the history of Barbados, and our diplomatic relationships with our various partners and the nations of the globe, but we have one who is very, very, very wise. He's able to choose his words, and as our Prime Minister says, he's able to taste his words. He knows what to say, how to say, when to say, and how to say, and how not to say. And as our chief diplomat, Kerry has gone out there representing our interests in many different discussions, whether it is trade discussions, whether it's foreign policy negotiations, and as we've seen all the different changes taking place, even as one entity, as one country out there says, we're not issuing visas to your country anymore, we're going to put a pause on that. We have had at the helm of our foreign policy efforts, we've had Kerry Simmons to keep us steady and to keep us sound and to make sure that Barbados' interests are continually fought for and advanced. Kerry is the man. And I can mention so many other things that he has done in terms of deepening our relationships with the WTO, the World Trade Organization. He has been able to lead our expansion of our presence across the globe, in particular in the African continent, with the establishment of new embassies, the opening of embassies even here in Barbados with some of our diplomatic partners. The relationship that we've built and rebuilt and established and strengthened with CARICOM, a very important relationship, not only from the perspective of trading, but from the perspective of support. As a bloc, as a small Caribbean chain, as small island developing states, we need each other, we need to support each other. And Kerry has been at the forefront of making sure that that CARICOM relationship remains strong and robust. That is the man that you have running for St. James Central. That is the man that we want to continue to lead the charge for us as a country as we move forward in these challenging and changing times. Strong, steady, and sure leadership for changing times. The man, Kerry Simmons. And in addition to Kerry Simmons, I move on now to the lady of the house. We're here in St. James South, and you have with us one of the finest women that I have had the privilege of meeting and knowing, in Sandra Husbands. I can't hear you. Sandra Husbands. When I first met Sandra, it was many years ago. I met her actually in a former life. Both of us were in a former life at the time. I was a business leader running some organization. I can't remember which one it was at the time. And I went to some training. And it was the trainers type engagement. And the person who was facilitating that training was none other than Sandra Husbands. She was a trainer. She was a person who understood business and management consulting, and she offered her knowledge, her expertise in being able to help managers and help business leaders to be able to function better. And that's where I first met Sandra. That's so many moons ago. She probably doesn't even remember that, but I remember it well. And then, of course, I came into political circles, and that's where we also were able to meet politically and be able to build and forge a relationship. And I'm privileged to have her sitting at my board, or one of my borders here in St. James South. And I believe and strongly believe that Sandra has given her utmost to the people of St. James South. She comes into cabinet, or she comes into parliament, or she comes into parliamentary group sessions, and she's constantly advocating on the behalf of the people of St. James South. She is fighting on your behalf, trying to get the limited resources that we have. And let me say this, as a member of parliament myself, we have 30 constituencies across this small island of ours. 30 constituencies, and all of them have needs, whether it is roads, whether it is drainage issues, whether it is employment issues, whether it is housing needs. There's so many varied needs, and all of them multiplied by 30. You can imagine how big that is for a whole country. And therefore, when we have limited resources such as finances or equipment or people, we have to learn how to prioritize and juggle and trade, and we have to have negotiations, and we may be able to get something for one constituency this month, but we may have to hold off then and give something to another constituency the next month. So we as members of parliament are constantly trying to jostle and say, hey, you know, I still have some work that needs to be done on a road here by me, or I still have some housing needs over here, or I still have some other infrastructural need over there. And I can tell you, one of your vigorous fighters, one of your vigorous champions is that woman, Sandra Husbands, a wonderful lady, a gem. And she's one that will continue to fight for you and continue to advocate on your behalf. And as a minister, she had the opportunity to serve in different capacities. She served firstly in two ministries, shadowing two ministries, or straddling two ministries would be a better word, where she was one in business and energy, and then she was also in foreign affairs and foreign trade. And she was leading not only the charge to help our business sectors to be more robust, to be stronger to handle challenges, and she was trying to connect us through various technological means so that if we have a small business in St. Michael North, it could be connected to a small business in St. James South or a small business in St. James Central. She was working on things like that. Not only there, but then when she went into foreign trade, she was then pushing and advocating for us to be able to do that then regionally, to move from Barbados and have our goods and services being made available to CARICOM, for example. Seeing how we can exploit and work with our existing trade agreements to be able to better serve the people of Barbados and to open doors for people so that instead of just selling your wares in your little small area in Holders Hill, you will have the opportunity through some of these technologies to be able to sell your wares to somebody in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for example, or Guyana, or Antigua, or Jamaica, or even further afield. This is the work of a hardworking and dedicated woman. And once again, I endorse fully Sandra Husbands to be returned as the Member of Parliament for St. James South. She has a heart to care. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know who running against the two of them. I don't know. But I ain't interested in that. All I can tell you, I know these people well. I've served with them for the last 4 years. I know them from before the last 4 years, and I can vouch for them, and I can stand for them. I can put my neck on the line for them to say that they're going to give you 110% every single day from St. James Central to St. James South, all across Barbados. They're going to work for you. So I'm going to move on quickly. You have my unwavering support here for your two candidates. So Team BLP is caring, consistent, and compassionate. We launched a red book a few days ago. And in this red book, it's called the Red Record. So it's red in color, but it's called the Red Record. And it is an A to Z record of our promises that have been kept. Normally you would have a performance and promises and performance type document that will come to you to show you where we promised something and where we delivered on that. This is that, but in a different little form, very neat form for you to be able to carry around. I hope that everybody out there has their copy of the Red Record. And I want to go to some of these pages just to tell you what your government has done for you over these last 7 years in particular, but even the last 4 years. And I want to go first, and for those of you who have it, it will be page 17, and it talks about cost of living. And ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the biggest issues that the opposition voices continue to raise relative to this government. And you know that they're desperate because the only thing that they can talk about when it comes to the Barbados Labour Party administration is the cost of living. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't have to convince you. Cost of living is an issue all over the world. I have constituents of mine who go up to the good old USA every year. And when they came back here in late last year, and they came to me and they said, Davison, usually I'm able to buy things and send back in. But I went to the supermarkets in the USA, went to the supermarkets in New York, I realized that the prices on the shelves are just as expensive as they are here in Barbados. So while we complain about the cost of living, and we understand that for some people the cost of living is difficult, we know that some people's resources are limited, we understand that there's pressure. But what we're saying is that this is not a unique phenomenon to Barbados. It is happening all over the world, in the UK, They campaigned and governments were there campaigning and opposition parties were campaigning relative to cost of living in the last election in the UK. In the USA, in the last election, cost of living was another point on which they campaigned. So this is not a unique phenomenon. Though there is reality to it, it is not unique to Barbados. But what has your administration done? What has the Barbados Labour Party done to try to assist us in better managing our cost of living? One, we reduce VAT on household electricity bills to 10%. That means across the board we're paying less for electricity. And we know the importance of electricity because electricity fuels our daily activities. Whether it is shopkeepers, whether it is manufacturers, or just the person in the home, a seamstress who uses her sewing machine to be able to make some clothes and sell them. All of that is powered by electricity. So therefore, when a government can say, despite COVID, despite the IMF plan that we were a part of, despite all of the various changing seasons of life, despite all of the various challenges that we face, we are going to hold your hands here in Barbados and we're going to reduce the VAT on electricity bills to 10%. That is the administration that cares about you. That's the administration that cares about you. But we didn't stop there. We capped freighting costs. Now once again, for those of us who are in retail or in wholesale even, you know that most of the items that come into Barbados come from over and away. And those things, once they go from manufactured positions, manufactured goods, and wherever they're manufactured, they start to add on costs. The person who picks it up from there and brings it to the next facility for either packaging or fulfillment, and then they send it someplace else. Every time that product touches hands or stops somewhere in the supply chain process, money is added on. Some of the largest charges relative to the goods that you find on your shelves in the supermarket or elsewhere in the stores that you go to. A lot of the cost, a lot of the pricing in there is freight costs. So what did we do? We capped freight costs at 2019 levels. What year are we in? I can't hear you. What year are we in right now? We're in 2026. And you have an administration that capped the freight costs at levels for 2019. So that we can control wherever possible the impact of inflation that has been happening across the globe. But we didn't stop there. We capped VAT on gasoline, diesel, and electricity to shield customers from price hikes. We didn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen. We also removed VAT from a healthy basket of goods, foods, and we expanded even, you remember, in last year's budget, around March or so in 2025, when the Honorable Ryan Strong stood up and delivered the budget on our behalf. Ryan, at that point in time, Minister Strong, at that point in time, he expanded the goods, the basket of goods, and included more healthy items so that you would be able to not only access healthier items, but it will be more affordable to you as well. All of this is an administration that has been seeking to care for you, seeking to remedy the challenges that you're facing, especially as it relates to the cost of living. We have zero-rated sanitary products such as sanitary towels and tampons. And of course, many of you would remember, we would have also offered a one-off solidarity allowance of $300 to every single Barbadian. Every single qualifying Barbadian was able to benefit from that one-off $300 solidarity payment. And you would remember that the Prime Minister always says, if we share the burden, we must share the bounty. And that $300 solidarity allowance was to say, you know what? You stood with us during COVID. You stood with us during asphalt. You stood with us during all of the storms and all of the different challenges that we face as a nation. Because you stood in solidarity with us, your government then can stand in solidarity with you. And $300 went into everybody's hands. That is a government that cares. But we didn't stop there. We're still on cost of living. We entered into a compact with the private sector to limit markups in the retail sector to 10% instead of the previous 20 to 25%. And let me explain that one again. Of course, I mentioned that when an item leaves wherever it is manufactured, wherever part of the world, it goes through many different stops along the supply chain. And when it gets to Barbados, it has all of those costs plus freight, transport. And when it gets to the person who's going to be selling it, the wholesaler, the retailer, whoever it is, that person then has the opportunity to put something more on it as well. That person puts on what we call their markup so that they can get a profit for what they're selling. Of course, if you're selling the good, you don't sell it at cost. You sell it at cost plus profit. So you can make a little money so you can pay your staff, you can pay your light, you can pay your water, you can pay all your different bills. So there must be a markup. But we realized that if we wanted to offer assistance to our people to be able to better navigate life and to be able to better handle the rising costs, as I said, though a global phenomenon, we entered into a compact with the private sector, all of the supermarkets, all of the retailers, and we said to them, hey, let's reason. Let's reason. Come to the reason. Let's talk. We want you to reduce your markups for a period of time. Not forever, but just for a period of time. So we can give the people of Barbados a chance to catch themselves, man. So we can give them a chance to breathe, man. Give them a little space. And that compact, and I tell you, when we have a prime minister that can go and sit down before the private sector and can say to them, Barbadians need a little hand, give them a little ease. And those people walked out of that room and they agreed with the cabinet and the prime minister of Barbados, and they said, you know what, we agree with you, we're going to hold our prices at no more than 10%. That is what we're talking about, strong, steady, and sure leadership for challenging times. And the first compact lasted 6 months. And then, 6 months wasn't enough, so what did we do? The prime minister went back at them again and said, please give us another 6 months. And the private sector said, yes, no problem, we'll give you another 6 months. That is 12 months, ladies and gentlemen, that the private sector said we are going to reduce what we were taking normally as our profit so we can help you, the people of Barbados. That is what your government has done to help us to reduce the burden of the cost of living increases that are happening all over the globe. That is a caring government. And I'm going to move on to another one at this point in time. Empowering Bajans. Again, take your red record out. This is page 37. What have we done to empower Barbadians? Because when you talk about cost of living on one side, your government has to also do something on the other side to be able to put the power in your hands to be able to take your own livelihoods. Start a small business. Expand your existing small business, whatever it may be, so that you can better navigate, because it's not always about what the prices are in the supermarket, but it's about you having the opportunity to be able to earn your own way through life. So what did your government do? We established the Trust Loan Fund. And this provides collateral-free loans. And we have disbursed some $25 million in loans thus far. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your Barbados Labour Party administration. $25 million in the hands of Barbadians. Nail techs, hairdressers, barbers, food vendors, lawn care maintenance workers, every type of business you could imagine. Persons were able to walk into trust loans and say, I would like to have up to $5,000, and they were able to walk out with it and invest it in their business. I know shopkeepers that went in there and they were able to get $3,000 to put stock on their shelves. And they turned that money over and over, paid back the facility, and were able to go back to trust loans and borrow another set. That is a caring administration that's empowering its people. We didn't stop there. We removed the first $35,000 in property value from land tax. So now we have a lot of Barbadians that are paying less. And in some cases, they're not even paying taxes at all when it comes to their land tax bill on a yearly basis. Do you know what that means? It means that the $800, the $300, the $500, whatever amount that you were paying on a yearly basis for land tax, if you fall under that threshold, you are now paying, in some cases, no taxes at all. That is $350, $450, $500, $800 that stays in your pocket on a yearly basis. That is how we're empowering you, the people of Barbados. In addition to that, as we talk about empowerment, we launched on page 38 the Financial Literacy Bureau to be able to educate our people in proper financial management. And this is important. I worked in finance for almost all of my career. And I've seen many people come before me seeking assistance financially. And unfortunately, because of significant debt because of some decisions that were made, sometimes in desperation. Persons find themselves in a financial hole and they're not able to easily get out of it. And I have to sit there, and I would sit with there and counsel them and show them how they could do things better, what they could do to get out of that hole. And sometimes it would work. Sometimes it was far more difficult than that, and we needed other interventions. So we as a government realized, yes, we're empowering people by giving them access to the trust loans. We're empowering people by giving them access to fund access. We're empowering people by being able to have a thriving credit union network so persons can go there. We're empowering people by ensuring that our financial network and system is strong and robust so they can go to any commercial bank and they can borrow there if they can as well. But beyond all of that, we knew that we needed to increase and enhance our citizens' financial literacy. So we have created a bureau that has now been going around throughout the schools and across the community centers to empower our people with financial literacy, knowledge, and information so that they can make better financial decisions. That is how we empower our people. But in addition to that, ladies and gentlemen, I sat as a minister of government, and I have had the privilege of being able to deliver many things as well to the good people of Barbados as well. I think of the International Food Science Center, and just to share a little bit about that. Many years ago, it was conceptualized that we would have a space, or we should have a space, where local manufacturers in the food space in particular, I'm talking about people who are making condiments, hot sauce, jams, jellies, all sorts of different things, barbecue sauce even, whatever. And it was conceptualized that there should be a space where those persons can easily manufacture and manufacture at a volume that would make sense, that would reduce the per unit cost and allow them to be able to have better financial metrics in their businesses. So what did we do? We set out to establish an International Food Science Center that would allow the average Barbadian who is making condiments sometimes in a little biltong onto the back of their kitchen, or even within their very kitchen, to be able to have a space where they can come and they can manufacture and expand their volumes. Ladies and gentlemen, when I established through the BIDC and Export Barbados and the Ministry Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology, when we established the International Food Science Center a few years ago, there were persons who were making 40 bottles a day of product in their homes. 40 bottles a day. That was their maximum. And then through access to the International Food Science Center, those people now had access to be able to reproduce their product at 3,000 bottles a day. 3,000 bottles a day, going from 40 bottles a day at home. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what that means? That means that they can now not only fulfill all of their local demand, but they also had the capacity to do what? Export. They can now move their product from Barbados and send it to Trinidad, send it to Guyana, send it to Miami. People have sent their products as far up as the United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a tremendous area of facilitation and empowerment to the good people of Barbados. The International Food Science Center. In addition to that, on the technology side, a big one for the average person was local number portability. That's a lot of fancy talk, but that means that, you know, there was a time, how many of y'all remember when you had to go to a telecoms company and tell them that you want to switch to another provider? And they tell you, well, okay, you can switch if you want to switch, but your number stays with us. We can give your number to somebody else. When you go to the next telecom provider, they can give you a brand new number. How many of you remember that? Yeah, not so long ago. But we, in the Ministry of Mist, we set about to say, no, that has to change. So we said there must be local number portability. And what that means is that you must be able to choose the carrier of your choice. And whichever carrier you choose, you should be able to take your telephone number with you. Ladies and gentlemen, why is that important? You have a plumber who has a long list of clients that he's probably been working with for the last 20 years. And he gets sick and tired of telecom company A. And he goes there and says, I'm tired of your service. I want to change to the other person. And he has to change his number. What happens to all of those clients that would normally call him, sometimes at last minute, sometimes at short notice? And they say, hey, you know what? Plumber Ricky is my man. My pipe here leaking. I can call Plumber Ricky. But when they call Plumber Ricky after he changes his number, they can't get Plumber Ricky anymore. Couple of Ricky had to change his number because he switched telecom providers. We said, no. Plumber Ricky, if you want to change to telecom provider B, you can take your number with you, and they must facilitate the exchange between the two telecom companies. Local number portability is now real in Barbados. It allows our people to be able to switch carriers as they see fit. Local number portability. And I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to play a part in ensuring that that became a reality. What else did our government do in terms of our record? And why should you continue to put your trust in the steady and strong leadership of the Barbados Labour Party, Mia Amor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party team? Because we also reinstated the payment of tuition fees for the young people of Barbados to be able to go back to university without having to pull their pocket at $8,000 and even more. That is why you want to put your confidence and your trust in the Barbados Labour Party-led administration. Steady and strong leadership for challenging and changing times. There were people who said to the Mia Motley-led administration, you cannot reinstate those fees. You're going to bankrupt the country. And the Prime Minister said, okay, watch me. And the cabinet put themselves in order and put things in place so that they could reinstate those fees. And it has been many years since then, and nothing ain't fall apart yet. And UE students still going to UE and able now to access their courses for free without having to look for $3,000 and $4,000 and $5,000, man. That is a government that knows how to get things done. Or are you going to put your confidence in some other people that don't know the first day, don't know if they're coming or going? They don't know the head from the opposite of the head? Huh? You going to put your confidence in them? I can't put my confidence in them. I know that for sure. But I can put my confidence, I can close my eyes and put my confidence in the Barbados Labour Party. It has been tried, it has been tested, it has been proven. And beyond that, as I begin to wind down, we have introduced our manifesto. I heard the other side at their third or fourth launch of candidates the other night. I know when they launched the candidates, must have forgotten the names. In fact, they even forget the party that does run for. So it ain't unbelievable to think that they forget their own names. But they launched 3 or 4 times. And at the last launch, I heard their leader stand up and say he has some proposals and policies that he wants to introduce. He thinks that he's going to fool the people of Barbados with a lot of foolish eye candy. And if you got 2 good eyeballs, you can see that there's bare foolishness that he's talking. And he came and he said he's going to reduce VAT from 17.5% to 15%. He ain't give you an idea as to how much that's going to cost taxpayers in terms of lost revenue. He ain't give you an iota, not even $1 and a cent. He ain't give you an idea as to the impact of it. But all he's saying is he can reduce VAT from 17.5 to 15%. When we came to you and introduced our manifesto, we have given you 14 initiatives in this, at the back of this manifesto. 14 clearly articulated initiatives, ladies and gentlemen. We don't just tell you what we're going to do. We go ahead to tell you how we're going to do it, man. And even when we talk about the cost of living factors in here, which I will talk about in terms of making life more affordable, which is number 14 of these 14 initiatives. Thank you. I have to wrap up so I can move fast. When we go to number 14, which is to help us to have more affordable lives, we tell you what the dollar value of those changes that we are proposing to you will be. But let me move very quickly to number 3 of this manifesto, or of these initiatives that we've put here. Winning the war against NCDs. And I'm going to go through this very quickly. In the Ministry of Health and Wellness, I had the privilege of serving as the minister responsible for all things wellness. NCDs in particular, non-communicable diseases. And I worked with a fantastic team at NCD Commission, Ministry, NCD Unit, and officials all across the ministry to help us to be able to create policies and initiatives and programs to help us to bring NCDs to the forefront. And I must say that we've done a very good job of that, because everywhere you turn, you see organizations now having health and wellness days. Everybody having a health and wellness fair at the workplace. Large corporations have taken this on board. We now have on a yearly basis, we have a National Sneaker Day every September. I brought to the cabinet and introduced that September would be National Wellness Month for Barbados every month, starting from 2024, 2025 with the second installment. And every year going forward, September will be National Wellness Month for the people of Barbados. And in that month, that's when we're going to be focusing intensely and comprehensively on your wellness. So we're going to be dealing with wellness. We're going to be dealing with NCDs. So we're going to transform our polyclinics to be almost community wellness centers, where frontline screening and prevention and chronic disease management will take place. So we're trying to reduce the amount of people who are going to be going and end up at our accident and emergency and putting pressure on our limited and strained resources there. Because an accident and emergency is for that, accidents and emergencies. So when a person comes in there for NCD, a chronic respiratory illness, cancer, diabetes, and high blood pressure, those resources that would be going towards accidents and emergency get drawn upon to deal with the NCDs. So what we want is our polyclinics are better able to function as that front line and that first responder to help you to be able to better manage your conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have enough time to go through all of it, but we definitely want the key things and initiatives in here that I want you to look at on page 47 is that we want to launch a whole of nation weight loss program that is exciting. These are things that we discussed in the ministry over the last several months. Competitions that will help the people of Barbados to understand that health and wellness is important. And the last point that I'm going to make is the one that I alluded to in terms of making life more affordable. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister rolled out many of these initiatives. On page 73, I'm asking you to turn to it and to look at it. We're going to raise the income limit for the compensatory income credit from $35,000 to $50,000. And that's going to cost us $31.7 million a year. That means that more people now are going to get a compensatory income credit, which means that when they pay their income tax at the end of the year, they're going to get it right back. Every cent in income tax that you pay, you're going to get it right back. Up to $50,000, ladies and gentlemen. That means the majority of us who are here in this audience are not going to be paying income tax when the year comes. If you're not getting the reverse tax credit, at the lower end of the scale, you're also going to be better. If you're in the middle, you're going to get what is called the compensatory income return and benefit. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I close, I not only want to endorse our two candidates here in St. James, the Honorable Sandra Husbands in St. James South, and the Honorable Kerry Simmons in St. James Central. As I said to you and I outlined to you, two fantastic individuals who will continue to put you first and continue to fight for you every single day. But I want to commend to you the Barbados Labour Party and all of our candidates across the north, the south, the east and west of this nation. I want to commend them to you. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party and vote, of course, for Mia Amor Motley to be the next Prime Minister of Barbados. Thank you and good night.
With Ishmael, we keeping it real. With Ishmael, we keeping it real. With Ishmael, no reason to think twice. Ishmael is the people's choice. He's ready to serve you and get things moving again. Strong representation for every one of you here.
Give it up for Davison Ishmael once again. He just touched on some critical points there. And the Democratic Labour Party built out a rhetoric in this country that this government only focuses on the big players and the big investors. But he spoke about the trust fund. He spoke about the small entrepreneurs who selling in Druitt's Village and Haynesville, and in the Orleans and Chapman Lane and Silver Hill, where they can enter through the trust fund, get training, get access to a loan. And do you know how much this government has spent in loans to small entrepreneurs in this country? 27.9 million Barbados dollars has been given in loans to entrepreneurs in this country. Where do they stand on the scale in business? They're the small persons. So thank you, Davidson, on raising those important points. The next person is a big man with a big plan. He has a big responsibility. He chairs and he is the Minister of Educational Transformation. I want you to welcome the guy, the big man from St. James North, the Honorable Chad Blackman.
Boardroom talks, international planes. Now we bringing them lesson back home again. Young, vibrant, sharp, vision clear. Listen to the people, every voice here. Not all politics is a brand new way. Action, energy, no lay we say. Progressing, we steps up in we voice. St. James North, know we make the right choice from the streets to the hills. Hear the sound when Chad step forward, the whole place bound. Forward with Chad, let we move ahead. Wave them red flags, let the future spread. Young blood.
Good evening, Holders Hill. Good evening, St. James South, St. James Central, and the St. James family. Good evening to the Barbados Labour Party family. Good evening to you online. It is very good to be here supporting my colleagues south of St. James North, St. James Central, and St. James South. Two colleagues, Kerry and Sandra, who continue to carry the flag of the Barbados Labour Party in these two constituencies. Colleagues who have, from 2018, shown you why representation through the Labour Party in these two constituencies continue to be significant in terms of the impact. And why am I happy to be here as well? Last night you would have seen in Golden Square, whether you were there physically, with the rest of the thousands of Barbadians who were there, or whether you watched online or you've seen it thereafter in social media, the party in which Sandra and Kerry and myself, the St. James team, are a part of, outlined in very clear terms through this manifesto for what I call the launch pad for the next 60 years of our development in Barbados. And this manifesto, to my mind, serves as the blueprint for what the future prospects of Barbados must look like. And therefore, we are proud as a party to present to you a manifesto, but at the core, a covenant with you, the people of St. James Central, St. James South, St. James North, and the rest of Barbados on what we must now do to unleash the true spirit of Barbados in the 21st century. I've said before, and I'll say it again, this election is unlike any other, and for a number of reasons. This year, 60 years, of course, of independence come November. 5 years as a republic. And it therefore now, through this manifesto, our commitment must now be the way forward on how do we unlock the potential and prospects of our people. And I want to touch this evening on a few key things that will help to now realize the aspirations of many Barbadians through the lens of education. Education, yes, is at the very bedrock of our development. Traditionally, we've had a relationship with education where we discuss things about the schools. We discuss things about teachers. We discuss things about the grades. And whilst those things are important, they have taken us so far and no further. They've served us well as a people for the last 60 years. But the world in which we now live and the world in which we must continue to live in for this generation and generations in the future requires of us that we make change and change at pace so as to ensure that the people who are born and unborn have the ability to now ensure that they can tap in to success in a way that we've never done before. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the Prime Minister and our team for crafting what is the blueprint for the future of Barbados. If you've not read it, get your hands on this manifesto. It is not a manifesto just filled with promises. It is a manifesto, as I said, where we've thought carefully and strategically as to how we are going to chart the future. And I want to start with respect to the simple things, but effective things and the important things. As you would have heard the Prime Minister say repeatedly, when we took office in 2018, we inherited a country and an economy that was on the brink of disaster as a result of the mismanagement and the recklessness of Ralph Thorne's party. Lest we forget. And immediately after being sworn in at Government House, and the cabinet was sworn in, the Prime Minister assembled her team of ministers and parliamentarians and the private sector and Labour and everyone and said, this is where we have to go. And everyone settled on the fact that in order to save Barbados, not just the dollar, but to save the country, we must now do these things together to save Barbados. And you've heard what has now become a common phrase, that because the journey would have been long in terms of restoration, we must now give everyone a little breakfast because the journey would have been long. Similarly, by contrast and importantly, in education, our children and our country depends on an education system, not just that provides quality infrastructure and teaching and a curriculum, but if our children are to learn and learn well at the start of their day, every single day, they must be able to also have nourishment and food that allows for them not to be in their class thinking, oh my Lord, I'm hungry, but they can focus on what the teacher is saying in class. And yes, as a country, we've had the school meals department throughout the years, which provides lunch for our children across the primary school system and at the secondary level for a number of students who may need it. But this Barbados Labour Party has determined, and I want you, when you get your hands on the manifesto, on page 72, you will see it. I'm so proud to be part of a party. As it currently says, we will introduce and launch a universal primary school breakfast program. Why is that important? As I said, it allows, therefore, that parents no longer have to worry. Parents no longer have to worry, I don't have enough money to give my child a breakfast. Students don't have to come to school and thinking I'm hungry and I can't focus. Because why? Once you have nourishment, you have quality food, it allows for our children to therefore be able to study in a way where they are comfortable, receiving quality nutrition. This is a party that is ensuring, therefore, that we're going to expand the capacity of the school meals department so as to still provide the lunches for our students, but in addition, now the universal access to breakfast in our primary schools. This is a journey of transformation that we must all be very proud of. But in addition, at the very bedrock of the education system is our country's teachers. And I want to go on record again and to use this occasion for thanking our teachers who continue not only to provide quality tuition to our students, but who also went through a number of things throughout the years with respect to COVID and having to teach our children online, but they stood the test of time. And they must be commended, and I'm proud as Minister with responsibility for educational transformation to thank our teachers for what they continue to give our children in this country. Yes, clap for that. But part and parcel of the transformation of education is to also ensure that the learning in which must take place for our children, the innovation needed to meet some of the new challenges as well as opportunities in a changing world. How do we help our children now to master the issue of literacy? Last year, you would have heard me in Parliament in August speak to the country in the ministerial statement on the future of education in Barbados, speaking to the fact that we must now ensure that every single child in Barbados must be able to read by the age of 7 years old. Some have said this is a very bold ambition, and I want to agree, but this country has had a DNA of going where no man has gone before in many areas, and this is one of the areas that we are determined must happen. Why? Literacy is not just simply about the calling of words and reading what is in front of you. It is also about understanding what you're reading, but I want to go a step further. It is about ensuring that you have the confidence and ability to navigate life When you can read, nobody can hoodwink you. When you can read, you can go any part of Barbados or the region and the world and to be able to say, this is what it is or this is what it is not. It lends to the confidence of our people. And therefore, we've rolled out a major literacy program trying to address the significant gaps that we've had throughout the years. Let's not face it, there have been some significant challenges over the last 15, 20 years with respect to our literacy rate. And we have determined as an administration and as a party that if Barbados must continue to be a country that punches above its weight, every single child must be able to read. Every single child must be able to be numerate. And therefore you give them that foundation. But in order for that to be unlocked, the teachers in which are in the system of education must also be given incentives in addition, of course, to the standard salary, to be able to now find ways of innovation and exciting new ways to help children to learn, help children to meet some challenges that historically 10, 20, 30 years ago, when I was in school, did not exist. And therefore, it is for that reason why we are introducing a national recognition for our teachers through extra awards and attractive awards linked, of course, to student achievement and innovation of learning. It therefore means that a teacher, when he or she gets up in the morning or at the beginning of the term or the academic year, they're mindful that I have a target or a benchmark that allows me to attain, set by, of course, an independent structure that all will have access to. This is about not just the learning of our students, but teachers, with respect to their profession, must now feel proud even more. And we are committed to work hand in hand in ensuring that these things are done. You would have also heard a few weeks ago in Parliament, the Prime Minister would have spoken about the issue of the terms leave being reinstated. Why is this important? Oftentimes you've heard different issues with respect to terms leave, and it continued to be an issue that the teachers wanted addressed, and this party has addressed it. But let's not be fooled. This came about as a result of the Democratic Labour Party stopping it when they were in office. And every single time there's a major crisis in this country, the Barbados Labour Party has to be the party that comes and fixes these things. But we have determined that that is settled, and I'm proud that this is where we're going. But part of the transformation of education as well must be that the curriculum, and in particular in a number of areas, must be one that is modern, must be one that allows for our children and our students to be able to tap into the ability that God has given them. Now, there is no secret, ladies and gentlemen, no secret at all, that Barbados continues to be a major hub, both in the region and globally, for entertainment and the creative arts. And historically, our people have gone on to do very well beyond secondary school, whether in a formal way or in an informal way in terms of learning the skills and rudiments for the entertainment industry. But as you can see in the manifesto, that we have determined that we're going to make one of our secondary schools to have the ability to have it retrofitted with respect to focusing heavily on the creative arts. But in practice, what do I mean? We have a number of phenomenal people who can produce music in Barbados, whether it's beats or symphonies, etc. But we've never had a situation where you can go into secondary school and to produce music for crop over, produce music for films in Barbados and abroad, filmmaking, fashion. And therefore we've determined that this is the direction that we're going to go, so that the young man who would be in Holders Hill, sitting at home or coming outside by the pavilion and getting some tools with his friends and producing beats, can now take that now into a formal way at school and to be able to now create music in a concerted way that is world class, that is Bajan, that is innovative, and allows now to prepare us to prepare them for the world. But we're going further. We're going to partner with a number of international entities so that they're also certified that by the time you leave secondary school, you have a certification that is recognized around the world. Recognized around the world that you can say, I'm not just leaving school with a CXC, but I am leaving. You have 5 minutes. You God, give me 10 more, my brother. I'm talking to the people. I'm telling you, the certification would allow for these young students to say, I am proficient in producing beats, in producing music, and being able to produce scores for movies, fashion. This is where we're taking education for our people. And you may ask, how is it that the Labour Party continues to have these contacts around the world through institutions? That is why the Prime Minister and our team, every time we get on an aircraft to represent Barbados, that is the reason why, to forge new relationships. You cannot stay in a country and build relationships from here. You have to get up and go somewhere. Similarly, even through my own experience, exposure is key. Exposure is key. At a young age, I was able to do a number of things in life. But it started as a result, yes, of my own curiosity, but being able to have the opportunity to travel the Caribbean, to travel the world, and to see different things, and to be exposed to different environments. It shapes your mind. It shapes your confidence. I'll give you a very simple example. When I was 18, 19 years old, I had a lot of ideas in my head. And at the time, Prime Minister Owen Arthur, I was CARICOM Youth Ambassador at the time, following him with the CARICOM Single Market and Economy in the CARICOM Youth Ambassadors Program. And there was a time he had to give a speech in Jamaica, which he could not deliver, but it was focused on youth development and the opportunities in the single market and economy. And he called me one day and he said, young black man, there's a meeting in Kingston, Jamaica in 2 days I want you to attend. I just want you to deliver the speech on my behalf. And I thought, okay, the Prime Minister is going to give me his speech. I'd simply read it to the audience and everything will be fine. Not knowing that I had to write the speech myself. Not knowing that it was before an audience in Jamaica of 2,000 people. And when you get there in front of the microphone, you realize you're not just representing yourself, you're not just representing the Prime Minister, you're representing the aspirations and image of 300,000 people, Bajans. And in that moment, you realize you either sink or you swim. But after the first minute or two, and I realized that the audience was captured by what I had to say, and they were learning as I was going on, my confidence level grew. And what was then one speech turned into 2 to 3. Why am I saying this? Every child in this country must now have the ability to be able to travel the world whilst they're still at school. And therefore, the government has determined that we will roll out a program that allows for our children to spend at least a month abroad, not to shop, but to learn about infrastructure in other countries, to learn the issues of punctuality, how to do business and culture. And therefore, when you bring them back home with those different global ideas anchored by Barbadian values and aspirations, the future generations of Barbadians will already be world class and being able to now compete. Because the real competition in education, my friends, is not which school you go to in Barbados, but how are our students going to compete with their counterparts in Asia, and in particular in China and South Korea, in Rwanda, Nigeria. Languages, of course, are central to this. And we are therefore determined that our people must now be bilingual, in many respects, trilingual, so that a Bajan, whenever there is an opportunity, the people of the world will say, give me a Bajan anytime, because they're bright, they're humble, they're confident, they have the values, but at the same time, they can fit into any circumstances. That book says, a man or woman for all seasons. And therefore, the future of development of our country comes partly through the lens of education, of transformation. But as you've heard, my time has come. But I want to implore all of you here on the 11th of February to ensure that you continue to give us a third mandate on your behalf. God has been good to our country. God has placed a leader who has been able to stand the test of times, challenge after challenge after challenge, Prime Minister Motley has faced it and fixed it and stood with us and led us through the wilderness out into greener pastures. But the road ahead is not easy. And I am sure all of you will accept the fact that there's only one leader in which you are comfortable with, who has been proven, notwithstanding her great ability, but who has led with humility and dignity that will usher us through the next phase of our development. And I thank God for blessing us with Prime Minister Mia Moore Motley. I thank God for blessing us with a team who continues to make themselves available and avail themselves to the people. And I want to encourage you both here and online, that on the 11th of February, you go to the poll and you vote Barbados Labour Party. Hold this hill, it has been an honor to speak with you tonight. Those online, I wish you a fantastic evening or morning, wherever you are in the world. Good night, God bless you, and God bless the Barbados Labour Party.
Everybody chants. Yeah, he traveled the world, learn how things roll. Now we home building Barbados strong. Jobs, growth, youth community, not just talk, real opportunity. Fresh ideas, modern time, right leadership for this generation. Shine from Sunset Beach to the northern end. This is leadership you could trust, my friend. Who leading you?
Give Chad Blackman a round of applause. The big man from St. James North. So ladies and gentlemen, as I said in my opening, who was there in Golden Square last night? Who was there in Golden Square last night? Are you red and ready? Are you red and ready? So you know, we launched a big manifesto last night with lots of plans. And we here on the DLP platform, all types of ideas and strategies. And you heard Chad speak about the breakfast program. You know what was Felicia Dujon plan for education? She want to launch a breakfast program. We heard Verlin Independence Square talk about something to do with legislation in place since 2022. They are copying us. They are using our blueprint. Do they have a plan? Do they have a plan? So what will we do to them come February 11th? There will be no more Ralph Tarn. There will be no more DLP once again. So the next speaker we have is a man who is grounded in community. He's been around the Barbados Labour Party for a very long time. He's come through the ranks of the Barbados Labour Party as well. He has been an integral figure in the Barbados Cricket Association, developing young cricketers across this country, giving them opportunities to play all over the world. And this man will take over from a giant of a lady in St. Thomas. So put your hands together for the representative for the constituency of St. Thomas, Mr. Gregory Nichols.
We taking fresh card, yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Now is the time. We taking fresh card, we taking fresh card, we taking fresh card, we taking fresh card, yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new representative. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, because he for the people, yes, he for the people. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, because he for the people.
Good night. Every time that we launch a manifesto, it is an important part of the campaign. It gives new life to the campaign. And I want to say to you, good night, all those who can see me, all those who can hear me, especially our viewers online. I have never been prouder to be part of a Barbados Labour Party team than I am now. In the history of our country, and if we are being fair, we can say that there have been great and transformational leaders. The Right Excellent Errol Barrett, Tom Adams, Owen Arthur, and of course, Mia Motley. And in that record, 3 of those leaders have come from the bosom of the Barbados Labour Party since independence. Every time we have come to office with leadership that's taken this country to another level. If you can remember, my friends, not too long ago, the work that the Arthur administration did. We find ourselves tonight, after 7.5 years of recovery from the Dems, to find employment at the level where Owen Arthur left it. And I'm drawing the contrast, my friends, because in the 7.5 years that we have held office, we have had to take Barbados back to where we left it when we were kicked out of government. And that is because there is the distinction between the Democratic Labour Party style of governance and the Barbados Labour Party. So I am tonight happy and proud to be a member of our party that has brought to you a covenant for the people of Barbados. Greater will our nation grow. It contains a number of initiatives that are on the way and more that will come. Because the role of transforming our country, the role of seeing our country flourish, the role of taking Barbados to the next level has always been the mission of this great party, the Barbados Labour Party. Owen Arthur told you once that we must reach for the gold. But the Dems intervened because they said Barbados was not only an economy, it was a society. A gimmick that had nothing behind it other than to win an election. They came to office and offered change, and change we got. But your government has been working for the last 7.5 years, my friends, to ensure that unemployment is now down to its lowest in the history of our country. Our debt is now down to an all-time low. We used to be spending 68 cents in the dollar in debt servicing when we took over the government from the DLP. It is now down to 30 cents. Do not believe them when they tell you that the debt is strangling this country. 30 cents in the dollar, as opposed to 68 cents that they were spending. So we have now rebuilt the Barbadian economy. We have now brought people back to employment. We have now resuscitated a tourism industry that was dormant, and we are now set to take Barbados to the next level. I put in down the red record because there's no time in this campaign not to talk about the record of what we have done, but what we intend to achieve. One of the things that excites me about this manifesto, my friends, is the plans for the reindustrialization of the Barbadian economy. Gone are the days when we talk about manufacturing, we talk about garment manufacturing and furniture manufacturing as the be-all and end-all. Too many of our industrial plants that were built in the 50s and 60s are now warehouses, hosting goods or storing goods that are put on your shelves. We have now to get back to that stage where we build, where we create, where we design, where we innovate, where we make things. How do we do that? We have to reindustrialize. Because if we're talking about taking the country to the next level of development, it means that we must contemplate economic activity in the country that is different from what we are currently doing. We must transform how we build, how we create, how we design, how we innovate. And that links back to what Chad is saying, because without transforming the educational system in Barbados into a modern 21st century education system, we will not create the platform or the gateway for those innovators to thrive. The Democratic Labour Party will object every single time when we speak about educational transformation, because for them, it is about Bar. And they can't get past Bar because he's an anchor. We see educational transformation as the mission because while Errol Bar did great work in his time, Barbados is not the 1966 of the Errol Bar time. And every time we speak to education, We allow the Dems to come and keep a lot of noise, and we get distracted. Mia Motley, as a Minister of Education in 1990s, brought in EduTech because we had to put technology in our schools. They object. Or in after talk about having a graduate in every household, because we know what a tertiary level education can do to transform the lives of people, ordinary country people like me. But the Dems came in and cannibalized that university only because we said and dared to dream that we can take the University of the West Indies and make it a global institution. They did everything to mash it up. So we have to transform the educational system, because the system that my parents had cannot be that for my children in the 21st century. If we are going to create innovation, if we're going to be able to take advantage of digital technology, robotics, and all the things that are there to create for young people, platforms to take us to different levels of development, we must start with the educational system. So in transforming Barbados to a more digital economy, we have to strengthen the infrastructure. We have to do more training. We have to embrace technology, not only when we are on our phones, on social media, or on our gadgets, but we must give young people a start. And if a political party is not prepared to come to a platform in the middle of the third decade of the 21st century to talk about digital transformation, then you see the contrast between what the Democratic Labour Party is offering and what the Barbados Labour Party wants to offer. I told a story earlier in Arsenal in Jackson. Young man came to me from Spring Farm, St. Thomas, to deliver my usual fruit juices for the day. And I've been saying to him over the last couple of months, you have a good product here. Where will you get a better product than the Bajan Golden Apple Juice? What this manifesto does is to give him the opportunity to take that business he has and carry it to a level and scale. I visited an agro-processing plant in China that is smaller than this hard court here, where the fruit is grown in the same space where the juices and the fruit are processed. In a greenhouse environment, controlled by technology, they know every seed that was planted and the yield from each different seed, how much water and nutrition that plant needs, how long it would take to bear fruit, and what will be the returns. All data tracked in one environment. So the seed factory, the seed, where all the grain is stored, where the plants are grown, and where the fruit is being produced into juices and other fruit products, all in a space that is less than the size of this hard court, using technology. So that young people can go to what we have done at the Food Science Center, the National Nutrition Food Science Center, and take their products up to a global scale. We have to build out the capacity for our young people to be innovative and creative and create economic opportunities for them, because we have great indigenous products that the world must know about. You go to the supermarket and you see fruit juices and all kinds of fruit, be that on the front of a carton. We never hear about the names of these fruits yet. But this manifesto gives us the opportunity to build capacity at scale, to build capacity using technology, to build capacity to modernize the industrial psyche of Barbadians to grow and innovate. The reindustrialization of Barbados is something that must happen. It must happen. That is why your government passed legislation to deal with economic diversification. It was criticized by everybody because there are some who do not feel that Barbados must grow past the narrow political confines of a 1966 imagination. We are now a republic. We are now standing firmly on our own. And your government and mine has charted a course to build out our capacity to develop all of our industries. Now, over the last week, it may have escaped some, but the Prime Minister of Canada said in a speech to the richest people in the world that the middle powers, like Canada, do not have to listen now to what is said from Washington. They have signed a mineral production agreement with Australia. Those precious minerals that make your cell phone batteries and control a lot of the gadgets that you see flying about in the sky, even their military weaponry, rare earth metals, are being mined. They now sign an agreement. But at the heart of it is not just an agreement about rare earth metals. It is about a recalibration of the world economic order where the rule-based system that has been designed in Washington can now be safely ignored. Now we can see that Trump trying to mash it up. What does that mean for us? Your government and mine has taken the bold step as a parliamentary republic anchored in Barbadian values and stepping on the world stage and say, we are people too. Your government and mine has conceived of something called a debt for nature swap, a debt for climate swap. What does that mean? We can say we have debt with a financial institution, and because they are committed to certain environmental goals, climate goals, we want to take the money that we're paying you, some of it, we would probably cash out that loan, get a loan from another institution, but what we save on payments can go to fix the sewage plant on the West Coast and in Bridgetown. Give $40 million to the Barbados Water Authority to fix the pipes that were there from the 1940s and 50s that were laid down that need replacing. Before going to the Treasury to say, I need $40 million of taxpayers' money. That is what we are doing. And this is the brilliance of the Mayor Motley-led administration. Creating these innovative products and negotiating with them in the international spaces, because we can say at the international level, we have something to contribute to the discussion about the development of small island economies. We have put natural disaster clauses in all of our loans so that Barbados was hit by 2 hurricanes in the last 5 years. And what we have done is to change around those debt instruments. When we get hit by a hurricane, or I should say, if we get hit by a hurricane, we will pause all of the payments on those loans without attracting any penalties or interest to fix and build back our country from a natural disaster. That is a government, my friends, that is working for you. Building out the country, standing firm on the international stage, having a presence, coming up with innovative ideas like the Bridgetown Initiative, where the president of France could acknowledge that the way in which the multilateral financial institutions deal with small countries that have to be climate resilient. Now, Tom Adams and Oinafo could build out Barbados' capacity to develop. We could build out the tourist industry. They could put incentives for manufacturing and agriculture. But Tom and Oin did not have to deal with climate and climate catastrophes. We have seen tropical waves and depressions one day, and the next day intensified into Category 5 storms at our doorsteps at a moment's notice. It is real, my friends. So when we talk about strong leadership for challenging times, this is what this manifesto presents to you as a prospectus to anchor Barbados' development within the context of the changing and challenging international environment that exists. You don't hear none of this from the Dems. Last night, Ralph Torn was telling the people that all the Calypsonians in Barbados have sold their souls to the Barbados Labour Party. And that Mia Motley is responsible for the decline in the quality of calypsos in Barbados. That is what he is on a platform in 2026 telling you. Well, at the same time, Mia is saying, I will create the Barbados Republic Bajan Growth Fund for children to give every child in Barbados, because we have managed the economy well. It is not an idle boast. It will not hurt the treasury. A dividend of $5,000 so that when they get 18 or 21 years old, they can say, my little republic, my country Barbados has built a foundation that I could step out into the world, and my parents or my grandparents or my aunties and uncles or my godparents or friends could drop in a little $100 at your birthday, so it could increase that little dividend from the $5,000. Some people may not get born on the $5,000 plus the interest, but this is what your government is doing compared to Ralph Torn telling you when the Calypsonians and the artists in Barbados saw what Carrie Fester did as a boon to the Barbadian cultural landscape right after Crop Over and right before NIFCA. We've created another festival, and in this manifesto we talk about more cultural festivals and building out the orange economy for Barbados. You don't hear that from the Dems. You will not hear it. And the old people will tell me that when we had Carrie Fester in 1981, the curse Louis Tull and the Barbados Labour Party dying. But that is what they are good at doing, because as I said, they are anchored in the past. They cannot get past 1966. And that is the fundamental difference. That is why every time in your adult lifetime and mine, they have left this country worse off than they found it, because their perspective about the development of the country is not serious. It is a gimmick. Just like Richie Haynes in 1986 thought about 15,000 free from taxation, everybody want to jump at it, crash the economy. They want to come and tell you all of a sudden, miraculously, they can cut VAT, they can increase pensions, they can do all these kind of things. But they can't tell you how. This election is not one, my friends, frankly, that you can stay home. You have to reject the desperation of the Dems. You have to demand that they bring something sensible to the table that concerns you and your children. You have to make a serious choice. You can't stay home. I want you, I'm begging you, to think about your children's future. Think about a Barbados that looks different. Think about a Barbados that dares to dream. It is like a youngster going out to bat. You may not getting a chance to bat. It's like a batsman now after tea. When the bowlers get a little tired, earlier on in the day, the conditions were bouncing and balls swinging about. That is what we found with, and then we had COVID, Little cloud cover came and the bowlers dominating. But now the wicket flattening out. You ain't declaring the innings and giving it back to the Dems, because if they couldn't bat under difficult conditions, how will they bat now? Mia can now free her hand and play some shots. We can see the slips moving away and going to the boundary now to save boundaries, because Barbados is back, my friends. Everybody wants to do business in Barbados. The number of hotels that are being built, building out capacity. Therefore, my friends, we can't give this country back to the Democratic Labour Party. I urge you to come out and give Kerry Simmons and Sandra Husbands and Chad Blackman and myself around the road in the corner, and Davis and Ishmael and Neil Rowe, all of these environments. Give the Barbados Labour Party, give Mia Motley a team for the times. Do not give the Democratic Labour Party a chance again to destroy and mash up this country. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party, my friends, and greater will our nation grow with strength and unity. Good night, and God bless you all.
We is the man that we going with. Now is the time. We taking fresh guard. We taking fresh guard. We taking fresh guard. We taking fresh guard.
Thank you, Gregory. And we know you will be safe in St. Thomas. We know that's the Gregory posse over there. Make some more noise for Gregory, man. Wanna red and ready, man? And I know y'all red and ready for the next person, but before I invite that person up, I want y'all to come forward, please. Come forward. The person is here, come forward. The camera guys tell me to ask for y'all to come forward a little bit, man. Just a few steps forward. If you could fill the middle here a little bit, that would be ideal. We got one person leading the way. Good man, Bellman. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce the next speaker. He's a very dynamic person. He has guided me from a very young age. And he has a big future in this country. He is from the constituency of St. James Central. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kerry Simmons!
Next to Gary Simmons is where you will find me. And the posse doing Dixie. His plans, they got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through, so this is what we do. This is what we do.
Rolling with Kerry Simmons.
This is what we do.
Voting for Kerry Simmons.
This is what we do.
Rolling with Kerry Simmons.
If we want to get through, this is what we do.
All right, Cafe. Crowd of people from St. James South on this side and St. James Central on that side. When I get down here now, you know there's a different type of speech because I at home. And when I at home, I'm a very, very serious man. I don't think. So I want to begin, first of all, by welcoming all of the St. James family. And as I said, it is good to see Sandra's people here. Sandra's constituency is all here, so. But if you then cross that fence that we, the Barbados Labour Party, put in there to make sure the ball don't run across the road and little children don't run behind it and get lit down, that how we's operating the Labour Party, they're on that side is King's Village, that's me. Now, my friends, I come tonight because we have just launched, as you saw last night, the party's manifesto. And as Gregory Nichols rightly said, this is no longer about telling you only about our record, but it is about us telling you where we wish to take you. And I have just come from doing a motorcade, well, not a motorcade, a whistle-stop tour across this part of my constituency, where I have been sharing with people, so a little hoarse, and I've been talking since 3:30, on the vision going forward. But I come to you tonight to speak about a couple of critical things. Down here, there's a good man. His nickname is Bam Bam. And Bam Bam is a man from down in Paynes Bay, Olive Lodge side. And Bam Bam will tell me almost every conversation, Captain, now he's calling me, that we have to do something for the youths who need to be able, now that they're getting work again, but they must have the house. Because when a man got money in his pocket, and Bam Bam is right, you start to hold up your head now, and you got now, you could, first of all, the first instinct of all of us real men, is that you hold up your head, and you push out your chest, and you're going to talk now with the ladies a certain way, because you got a little sand in your pocket. And then after that, you obviously won't settle down. You won't go and push the key in at you. You don't want to be scotching. You understand that? That's a natural progress. And Bam Bam is right when he makes the point that one of the weaknesses that we have confronted in this country since we were independent is that while we have been able to provide housing and so on, as the times get harder, and all of us know things have gotten harder through the years, it becomes more and more difficult, one, for the government to provide the number of houses that we have to provide to meet the social demand. And secondly, on the private sector side, The people who doing private developments asking for a pound and a crown want for peace, especially down here in St. James, where the price of land alone will kill you. And he makes the point that we got to find a way that we got to look out for the young men now that coming along and want their own place. And one of the solutions we have to put in place is, well, it's really called rent to own. But for the purposes of tonight, I'm going to call it the Paul Gibson solution. Now, Paul Gibson's the man for the Democratic Labour Party running against me. I really don't intend to call his name again on the platform, but I did so tonight. And I don't say this to denigrate him. I just say this so that you understand the challenge. Because it can happen to him, it can happen to anybody. There's a marshal here of the courts of Barbados who will tell you that he was one of the people who had to go at Gibson when he compared rate. In order to move him from the place he was, because he wasn't able to pay the rent, or would not pay. I don't know if he would not pay or was not able to pay, but the point is they had to put you out. And that may lead you now to ask another question. Well, if a man is able to look after your own personal resources and personal business, what right he got in politics? But that's not the reason why I made this point. That is for you to reflect on differently, and you all can make whatever judgments you want to make about that. But there is a clear need for us in this country to be able to look after those young people there in Haynesville and the young people there in Redmond Village and elsewhere in Barbados who want to own something but can't face a bank and pay a mortgage. And those of you who worked with me in Bullins, some of you are in this crowd, we built 36 houses there in Bullins. Or in Lancaster, I see others of you in this crowd. Because this MP has a record in St. James that I think may well be unrivaled in Barbados. That under my watch, we got 160 houses built in Lancaster. And 36, I think it is, in Bullins. That is in this 4 years. And prior to that, we put in Hoyt's new development. And we put in Archall new development. And during the course of my period as a member of parliament, I may well be responsible for at least 300 housing solutions in this constituency. And I don't know there are many people who could say that. So for me, housing you, housing the community is a critical thing. And the point that Bamba makes to me all the time is that when a fellow renting, he should be able to come to the point where his rental income counts for something more than just paying rent when the week or the month come. And this has eluded many, many leaders of this country. But it's a very elementary but important developmental point. Because rent money is waste money. You come and pay the rent, but you don't got nothing to hold on to call it yours. You agree with dear? Every month you're doing that. And we feel that as a government, we must intervene in this ecosystem so as to empower you in a way. Because the banks are telling you, but your salary too small. We went through this with Lancaster. There are many who came to me, Minister, I need a little help with this because I'm trying to sort out this thing at Lancaster or trying to sort it out in Bullins, but they're telling me I can't make it up. And I said, well, listen, don't go only as you. Carry along a family member. Some people do not have a husband or a wife, but they don't know if the boyfriend or girlfriend they got can be there forever. So you don't want to put down that body name because then it's confusion if he decides that you must take a horn. But that's real, that's Barbados, don't laugh. It's confusion. Because you put down that man's name, is a worthless good for another man, but he named down on the piece of paper for the house. So you're in confusion. It may be then that you go and say, well, you want to get your mother to come with you. But here they shout, mommy a little too old, and she on the verge of retirement, the bank say it can't work. So you say you get your sister to go with you. And then you hear the shout, you say, well, you and the sister might fall out. Oh, God, the noise in the family. Yeah. So you have that genuine problem. And we feel that to help those who struggle in order to face a bank or financial institution with a mortgage, that there has been what we would call in law a lacuna, a loophole. Fancy word the lawyers use, lacuna, L-A-C-U-N-A, a loophole in the system. But this government, it will be the first government to fix it. Because in our manifesto, we are saying that if you have rental from a government unit and you can prove that you have been paying your rent for 12 consecutive months, month after month, you pay that rent on time, that is sufficient to qualify you as if you were paying for a mortgage, and we will give you the title deeds to that apartment or unit that you're renting. No government in the Southern Caribbean has spoken to people in this way. Trinidad don't do it, St. Lucia don't do it, Dominica don't do it. And I said last night, the reason why we are now going on this journey together is because we trust you. We trust you. I mean, I told you in 2018 that part of the new dispensation will be one of trust. And we created a thing called the Barbados Trust Fund Limited. And, you know, I feel very proud because I was a minister over it for a little while. When we began, people said, you can't give people money just so. They ain't got no collateral. You know, collateral is what you got to show that you own something in order to get a loan against that. You got to put down something. And we said no, because a lot of you, quite frankly, are not in a position. You don't have a piece of land to call your own. Well, now, with this new policy, vote for Kerry, vote for Sandra, and you're in a position to say, I got the piece of land here. But we go further. We say, look, even if a man don't have nothing to put down as collateral, he has an idea and an ambition. And let's help, especially the young people, to fulfill their ambition and their idea and their dream. It's a Barbadian dream that we help him to fulfill. And we did that. And tonight, there are 5,703 small businesses that have gotten $28 million in loans in this country. Small businesses that would not have gotten, and they're paying back. You go in and you get a trust loan, you start at a maximum of $5,000. So you, for example, I smell the popcorn here, and that is a good example. You may say, as a lady came in my office and told me once that she wanted to be a popcorn vendor. She had sourced out of the United States a popcorn machine, and she just needed to know how to start up this business. Now she went with the trust loans. They set her up, good, done with that. Got your money, off you go. But then we said, don't just go through the door. We're going to train you a little bit on a thing called financial literacy. This is what the Barbados Labour Party is doing and committing itself to continue to do for you. That we say to you when you went to school, nobody sat you down and taught you the niceties of accounting. Nobody sat you down and taught you the niceties of paying any taxes and how you go through that system. Nobody went through all the legal loopholes and the legal challenges and regulations. All of we went to school, and you don't learn nothing about law in secondary school. You do that when you get a little bit higher up the road. And then, on top of that, registering your business, incorporating your business, and so many other things. The snares and pitfalls along the way that the entrepreneurs face. And the entrepreneurs, quite frankly, are interested in getting their business to operate. They're interested in getting tied up with all government red tape. The government tell me I gotta do this. The government expect me to do the third. The government expect me to left point A to go to point B to do the fourth and pay the next and get this permission and that license and the next permit and on and on and on. You want to deal with your clients, though. You want to see a little profit turn when the week come, though. That's what you want to do. So we say we can make it easy by teaching you some of these things so that you are able then to become what they call, I don't like the term, but they call it financially literate. But what does it mean? It means then that you're in a better position to understand what are wise investments. A good investment versus a bad investment. So you turn a profit that give you now $15,000. Do I take that $15,000 and lick it out on a car or something that just look pretty but I really don't need? Or do I take that 15,000 and take half of it and put it back in the business for my business to grow? And I then deal with the other part on something else that might give me a little pleasure or whatever. It teaches you also about the importance of owning things that we in Barbados need to ensure that I'm being not racial, but I am being real, that black people in this country must own more of, and that is land. There are some well-to-do people that don't look like you or me that spend the Sunday driving about Barbados looking for a piece of land to buy. That's how they spend the Sunday. Huh? And so we want to get you to that stage. But that is what the trust loan process began to do. And then you come back and pay that back there. If you get 3,000, you pay it back. You can get 2 more to get to 5 and so on. You pay back to past 5, you can go up to 10. And there was a ceiling, you can't go beyond that. But we've realized that there are people from the villages in Barbados that take the money, pay back the money, grow the business. Some got spas where people coming at them to get massaging and getting it. The ladies come and get all the different oils and things. There are people who make soaps. There are people who are making perfumes. There are people who are doing catering, not just putting the sauce on a Saturday, but got catering and cooking every blessed day of the week as part of a business. People making wine and selling it overseas. They got a young lady I met in the St. James North by election. Lovely young lady doing nail tech. And every time I passed her, I got more and more people outside her door. Somebody else I met in the same by election doing screen printing and on and on. Our young people are full of talent. But you know what we're saying to them now? That 10,000 thing done with. We are going to make sure that you get a little more in your pocket, and we are carrying it up to $25,000 because the people of this country deserve that opportunity. First 5, and then up to 20 more. That's where we're going. But we ain't gonna done there because we feel that there's a way now to hold your hand, the same things I talked about, teaching you along the way, the guidance that is necessary to keep the business afloat. Because we want you to be able to pass your businesses. If you are a hairdresser and you got a daughter and she watching you every day doing this thing, the chances are that she will say one day, Mommy, I want to plait your hair. Mommy, I want to wash your hair. Mommy, I want to do this with your hair. Mommy, I want to do whatever. And then she too will want to be doing that. And you could pass the business on to her. One of the things we don't do is pass on our businesses to the people who come behind us. We got to do more of that. And so we say as businesses grow, up to a ceiling of $250,000, you will be able to access not through the trust fund, but through what is called Barbados Fund Access. So you have $250,000 at your disposal through this government to enable you from zero all the way up to $250,000. And by that time, you should be standing firm on your own 2 feet, being able to say, I can face the world because I got a business with some substance. Not true? That's where we want to take you. Now, there's another aspect to where we want to go on this journey, and it is called a collateral registry. And you may say, what does that big word, what fancy term mean? It means that every motor mechanic in Barbados has some tools. It means that every contractor in Barbados got some sort of equipment. It means that every hairdresser and cosmetologist in Barbados got things in their shop. And all of those things have value. But there's no bank in Bridgetown that is interested in having a conversation with a contractor, lending him money because he got tools. He ain't got no land, but he got tools. They will tell you, Skip, if you ain't got no land, you can't get no loan, step off the premises politely, please. Huh? We are saying no, that those things that you do have must now by law be required to be able to be used to give you a small loan. That it is collateral and should be treated as collateral if you are a pig farmer and you got pigs. If you got crops in the field, it has value. And I had this conversation with the banking community, and one man trying to be cheeky You know, I thought he was being funny. He said, but Minister, I mean, that sounds very lofty and so on, you know, and thing. But what the bank going to do if the man don't pay back the money and all he got is pigs, you know? And he started to laugh. And I understand, but I'm not asking you respectfully, sir, to take pigs and keep them in your bank. What we will have to do is create what is a secondary market where you seize the asset, which is the pigs, and then you sell the pigs so that you can recover that which you lent. That's what we got to do. So we got to create the legal framework for that to happen. But when you re-elect us on the 11th of February, and I pray and I hope and I beg and I ask that you will, that unleashes the potential of this creative government for giving you, the ordinary people of Barbados, a level of financing that you have never had before. And if that is not enough reason to reinvest your confidence in this Barbados Labour Party, I do not know what is. Because what I'm saying to you tonight is that we're opening doors for you to get access to housing that you were historically denied. We're opening doors for you to get access to the start of your business that you have been historically denied. We're opening doors for you to get access to financing to keep your business going that you were historically denied. And because of being historically denied, you were downpressed, you were oppressed, you were suppressed, you were repressed. And your talents and your skills were never unleashed. And this country was deprived of the best of its people. And we say to you that for Barbados to be competitive, for Barbados to be productive, we have to use all of you, because all of you have a skill, all of you have a talent, and all of you must be able, if you ain't working in government, because we look after the government people good, you know. Last week gone, we sent out 5,290 letters to public service officers who were acting for 3 years or more. You don't have people in Barbados that were in acting positions for 5 years, 4 years and things. You don't get yours yet, but ask wrong. People getting theirs. Yours might be coming. And you would know because you like meeting last night, man. Don't trick me. You hear people in meeting saying to me that they get the thing. And there is a need for us not only to look after the public officers, but for us to look after those of you who ain't working in government. Quite everybody can work in government. But it is a process of empowering you in order for you, if you decide to do your own thing. And I say to you that we have some young men who begin in what appears to be very humble circumstances. A man may be given an opportunity to work with a crew, with a few workers, and they're cleaning alongside the road and so on. Don't fool yourself, because those same young men are now in a position to go down in Lancaster. We got 160 new houses and everyone got a little lawn. And say, mistress, see me here, I want to do your gardening for you. And that's 160 clients. And then going Bullings, where they got 36, thanks to Kerry Simmons, and say, see me here, I want to look after your garden. And then come and talk with the government itself and say, you got bush alongside the highway, star, let me get a mile of that as my own under contract, and I can keep that a certain way for you. And all of a sudden, they have their own business, earning income from Monday to Sunday, if that's what they want to do. And that then puts them in a position to go right back where Bam Bam tell you from the beginning you should be. I'm earning now, my chest push up now, I got the girlfriend close to me now, cause she know that I solid. Now give me a house to live in and give me the opportunity to own it. You understand? You understand where we carry you? So if you understand where you carry you, where you want to carry me back to Parliament. Eh? I beg you. My friends, I must go to Wharton. I have another speech to deliver up there. But I want you, in all seriousness now, to give your support to my friend and colleague Sandra Husbands. I want you to make sure that you ensure you go out on the 11th of February and you vote for Sandra time after time after time. She is a good woman with a heart of gold, and she believes in the people of this country and the people of that constituency. And you don't know how it is with me. I have confronted every sort of problem on your behalf. And who? Hold a second. Okay. Apparently I get a little more time, Lord. Yeah. And you know how it is with me. I have had to confront all sorts of challenges. I was saying to the folks in Bagatelle just now, you know, when I went into Bagatelle as a young MP, there was no such thing as clear water. People in Bagatelle up there had to leave Bagatelle to go and wash white clothes. People in Bagatelle had to spend hundreds of dollars when the month come on filters. The problem that we see up in St. Lucie that they now call Mobby water is a problem down here too. And it has been a problem all through the north. And you know why? Because the pipes in the north are aged and ancient. Some of them well over 100 years of age and leaking. And you need to hear this, because our problem as a government perhaps is that we have not told you all, we have shielded you and sheltered you too much. You know, sometimes a mother does be struggling to get things done for the children and things, but she don't sit down with children and say, man, things rough, because it would demoralize the little child. That's how Mia has done you. She has shielded and protected you from some of these realities. That the water in some of the mains around Barbados is disappearing to the rate of 40% of the water in your main running into the earth because the mains are full of holes. And then we go, when you have leaks and so on, and low pressure, we find a way to fix the reservoir, because many reservoirs, they're falling down when we became government too. Don't fool yourself, there were reservoirs in Barbados that were ready to collapse. We're fixing them. And then you pump forceful pressure through them old mains, and what's going to happen? The rust bursts out, the main can't carry the pressure. So we got to take the mains out of the earth. We have to take them out. But there are 2,500 kilometers of mains around Barbados. 2,500 kilometers of water main. And the cost, according to the Water Authority, for replacing 1 kilometer of mains is $2 million. $2 million. So if you do the arithmetic, you this country looking at $5 billion in order to correct this problem. Now you don't hear the Democratic Labour Party speaking about these things, but these are real issues confronting us. And what we say to you is that this is not the time to treat this as if it is a lucky dip. This election is not about jerking in your hand. Let me see what I can get. Or pulling out something. What show is Ralph Torn? This election is not about that. This election is about calling your head and thinking it through. Who can deliver, or who can deliver best for you? That is what this election is about. And you have in your Prime Minister a pair of hands that have been challenged. There was a gentleman who was here with me from my constituency. He was chatting with me just now. His name is Simon. And Simon was making a very credible point to me too. He was saying to me, well, Minister, it don't make sense hearing what these people didn't understand this thing, because then the Prime Minister, there's not been one Arab Barra backup who has had to face what Mia Motley faced. That's a reality, you know. There's not one who has had to face what Mia Motley faced. I don't want you to think about what you saw on your own TVs. You would have seen in COVID people being lifted out of apartments in New York and in Atlanta and other cities, dead. The dead inside the apartment, you carry out the corpse. No boy didn't know nothing about them. They had COVID and stopping there and dead. That wasn't happening here. She hit the pause button, make sure that those who had problems went out, a special hospital created up in the north to save lives. When people did not want to give us vaccines. And let me speak to you frankly, because you take all of your money, save it up, scrunt, and get on an American Airlines plane or JetBlue and go and spend it up there. And hear the shout when you were in need. The people that run up there said that you were not important enough to be given priority. They were looking after themselves first. And if anything left back, they told us, your government, if anything left back, then we could get around to win a soul. And Mia Motley said, no, you're going next? Mayor Motley said no, that you got now to build bridges and find friends. And these people that curse her night after night to the point where her own mother would not recognize her if they was to listen only to the things they say about your prime minister. Get on plane, went to Africa and met relations with the presidents in Africa so that Barbados could join the African procurement platform, which is a fancy way of saying the African continent came together to buy vaccines for all 2 billion with a B, 2 billion Africans. And because you're buying a large bulk, you get it cheap. And we said, tack on the 200,000 in Barbados on Pandapco. The 2 billion you got, the 200,000 ain't gonna make the big difference. And they were good enough to put on for Dominica and for St. Lucia and for Grenada and the rest of it down here as well. And these reprobate individuals in the Democratic Labour Party, these political reptiles, would have you believe that when she reaches across the African continent to people that look like you, people from whom we came, that it is a bad thing and a waste of taxpayers' money. But if we don't build the relationships with people who have a common heritage with us, who we can build it with? The man that telling everybody that look like you or look like anybody who got a darker color skin, you are no longer welcome? Is that who we are to commit you to? Is that what your fate is supposed to be? And let me get real glad for this little time now. Because when leaders of the opposition across this region were confronted with some of the issues that you have seen live on your TV, you've seen on the 3rd of January, a whole president get taken up and disappear, and then he reappear in chains and handcuffs in the United States. And leaders of the opposition in countries around the Caribbean were heard to share their views on the matter. We have a leader of the opposition in Barbados who to this day ain't on pick his teeth one way or the other. But he is leading a party that was led by the right excellent Errol Walton Barra, who stood up and told the world that the Caribbean must be a zone of peace and that we in this country will speak truth to power wherever it is. Now that was the Democratic Labour Party then, and you know that. And I want you to compare it and to contrast it with the Democratic Labour Party now. And if all that they can bring to you and all that they can offer you is to tear down the leader of Barbados, tear down the efforts the government of Barbados is making, a government that fought alongside you in COVID, a government that fought to keep things afloat with the ashfall when this country was covered with volcanic dust and we ain't got no volcano. We had a hurricane that come through here. It barely brushed us. God bless us for that. But you know what? It destroyed the entire fishing industry. And as I had to say in Spitestown, when we went to sleep the night before, we didn't know we were going to wake up the next morning and hear that we ain't got no more Bridgetown Harbor. We didn't know we can hear that 90% of the fishing boats in the country gone. Or we did not know that we're going to have to look for $100 million to fix those things. The night you went to sleep, the night Mayor Motley went to sleep before that hurricane, she could not have envisaged that the next morning, hey, Prime Minister, you got to look for $100 million here. That was her reality. She ain't hitting a panic button. She faced it and she fixed it. And that is what I'm saying to you, my friends, is the approach we have to take. We have to recognize that these are difficult times. There are times where, frankly, it is made more difficult for us by some policies from overseas that impact us. And as this country's Minister of Foreign Affairs, I must tell you, it is a tough, tough challenge because we are a little rock and we got to paddle a little canoe by ourselves. But it means that we have to make friends and build relationships around the world. Now that we are doing that, do not let the canoe turn over and skin you out in the water. This is the time to hold the course and paddle to safe harbor. The captain of the ship is the Prime Minister. You have a crew that I believe you can see that we're working. At least for those of you in St. James, I hope you see I working. And I hope you see Sandra working. And all I ask of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time tonight, if you see us carrying you to safety, where are you going to carry me? To Parliament. Good night, and God bless you.
Don't bother to ask me why you're smiling and always feel like styling. Right next to Carrie Simmons is where you will find me. And the bossy doing Dixie, his plans they got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through, so this is what we do. This is what we do.
Rolling with Carrie Simmons.
This is what we do.
Voting for Carrie Simmons.
This is what we do.
Rolling with Carrie Simmons.
We rolling with who? We red and ready? Barbados Labour Party family, are you red and ready? A few more days left. February 11th is almost here. And y'all know what y'all have to do. We have a big lineup of speakers still to come. We have the Honorable MP for St. James South, Sandra Husbands. We have Liz Thompson still to speak. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome the Prime Minister of Barbados, your political leader, the woman of the times, the person who will lead Barbados forward, the person who will take Barbados to the higher heights, who will take Barbados to a place that they have never seen before, the person who will represent us, represent our needs, and she will give us the power that we need. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome my Prime Minister, your Prime Minister, the Honorable Mayor Amor Mosley.
Cause inflation licking me up, but be just strong all the we built up. My brain baby breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my act, she gon' get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worry but damn. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me you in charge. Pick up me up, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and saying, take charge, me you in charge. You in charge, you is the boss. Common crisis, clearing chaos. But in the work, you do the job and she got my trust. That is enough. Why, mean you for me. Why, mean you for we. Why, running the country firm and steady. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me you in charge. Pick up me up, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and saying, take charge, me you in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong all the we built up. My brain baby breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action, I get it again.
Music sound too sweet. The truth is, if we didn't have so much to tell you, I would tell them keep playing it.
Oh Lord.
But good night to the good people of Haynesville, Durant, Thorpes, Holders Hill, to the people of St. James Central and St. James South, and to the surrounding areas, many of whom have come in. I am happy to be here tonight because this is the first night that I get to speak to you when the choice in this election is becoming clearer and clearer for you. You have a government that has been doing for you the stabilization that was necessary for us to recover from the lost decade, from the doldrums that the Democratic Labour Party carried us in. You have a government that has been facing, as you heard from other speakers on this platform, crisis after crisis after crisis. Not because we wish for it, but because we live in a different world today than many of us have known. I know what it is to be in a cabinet before. I know what it is for us, Liz, to finish at 5 and 6 o'clock in the evening, and we would find time to be able to go out and do things. I also know what it is now to live and work at a time
when all kinds of stresses are being thrown at us, not of our own making in most instances. And it is therefore necessary for us to be able to be very, very careful with our future. In this country, we have had choices before that have led, regrettably, when the choice was made, to things not being as rosy as they should have been. In 2008, on this playing field, we spoke and we warned, and Owen led from in front. And he said that the country was in good hands, and he asked us to stay there. But as happens in life, people wanted a change. And they made a change, not knowing whether that change would be for the better or for the worse, but hoping that it would be for the better. Well, the rest is now history. And we all know what we went through as a nation. I reflect over and over at the utter shame and embarrassment that I had when the head of the IMF told me and said, "Is the sewage still running in the streets?" We all know the extent to which we had to make adjustments. But 7.5 years later, we are not where we want to be, but we are much farther ahead and much better than where we were. And you heard the governor of the central bank report quarterly, as every governor of the central bank has done before. And he told this country that which all of the international agencies know. Because this is not a case of Barbados doing its own thing inside and nobody don't know what's going on. We have to go to the international capital markets to borrow. It therefore means that credit rating is important. It therefore means that confidence is important. If you got a shop and the body that coming to you to trust goods all the time don't pay, and you see them all about the road dropping down and falling down, and you know they ain't earning the money, you can trust them anything? So that the judgment of other people matter in terms of the determination as to whether they have confidence in you or not. And this country has now had not 1, not 4, not 6, not 8, not 10, not 12, not 16, but 18 straight quarters of growth. That is 4.5 years of growth. And tonight I ask you, in the surrounding areas of Haynesville and Durance and Holders Hill and Thorpes, Prior Park, Redmond Village and Bagatelle, I sure come down here too. I ask you, Paynes Bay, come up too. I ask you not only to ask yourself the question, but to go home, ask your neighbors, ask your work colleagues, in a choice between the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party that you know today, in a choice between myself and Ralph Thorne, who do you believe will keep you safe and will cause you to be able to ensure that you don't suffer the indignity that you suffered when we came to office? Who do you believe that will protect your savings and give you opportunity? Who do you believe that can protect you against the people outside who sometimes do not see small countries? And this is what this comes down to. This government is not perfect. I have said so on every platform. And the reality is that if you are leading large numbers of people, things happen. And not everybody moves at the same pace as you would like them to move. But I've also explained to you And I understand that roads has become a symbol for people to say we ain't happy. But you know that the road can be done in a few months' time or a few weeks' time. And what happens then for the rest of the 5 years? You can got somebody leading you that can go and cause your pension or your savings to get liquor, or the value of this currency to get liquor. I saw something happen in the last few days that I am deeply disturbed about. The central bank governor has been reporting quarterly to this country from the days of Courtney Blackman in 1974. There is a presumption of regularity. There's a presumption that the data which they give us is honest and fair and transparent. And the irony is that this government, unlike the last, made it clear we have nothing to hide and everything to show. The reason why we have seen upgrades in our credit ratings is because we have an open book policy. And people see exactly what is happening. And the numbers add up. But when you go now and start to attack the governor of the central bank, as I have seen happening on social media by people who support the Democratic Labour Party, and by one Marcia Weeks, I ask myself, can they really care about the stability of Barbados? And when you start to undermine institutions in a country, it is the beginning of the slippery slope. The governor of the central bank does not get involved in partisan politics. In fact, if the closest he has come to it is that it is his brother running against Chantal Monroe Knight in Christchurch South. Can you believe that? And I have to ask the question, as I will in Christchurch tonight again, and every night, that what kind of man Corey Greenwich could be. Sparrow had a song, he ain't no kind of man at all. That you could see a party out of desperation get up on a political platform, know that Dr. Greenwich was one of the best officers in the International Monetary Fund. He received what no other officer in the International Monetary Fund ever received. The ability to be seconded. Normally they cap you at 4 years. But because of his success and the success of the Barbados program, they gave him 4.5 years before he had to go back to the IMF, and he went back and was working for them. And only when the previous governor, Cleverson Haynes, was not coming back, he applied for the job at Central Bank. Now, I find this distasteful. And I say to Marcia Weeks that if that is how it is done in Jamaica, then go to Jamaica and do it. But in Barbados, unless you have evidence that the governor of the central bank is being improper and participating in partisan conduct, we have not accused him of supporting the Democratic Labour Party because his brother running with it. We treat the man as a professional. And when you have these kinds of things happening, that is the beginning, as I said, of the thin edge of the wedge. I saw it happen in this country when the Democratic Labour Party took the Barbados Police Service, fired Darwin Dottin, and made the police service a political football. When Mr. Dottin and then his subsequent successor, Commissioner Griffith, both of them made recommendations to the Services Commission for appointments I was Attorney General in this country and never once did I become involved in any promotion exercise in the police. And why? The police is a disciplined organization. And the day you let politics get in it, rather than following the command structure, is the day you undermine the integrity of the service. I am 60 years old. And thank you, darling. And I am going to stand for a few things. I am too old in this country to see the ways of other countries come into this country, and we let it go uncommented on, unnoticed. There are certain institutions that I have fought hard. I see ministers here in this audience. Sandra Husbands, Kirk Humphrey. Kerry might have gone to Wharton already. But they can tell you that these are the things that I talk about in cabinet all the time. And that it is not worth even an electoral victory to destroy the institutions or to destroy the quality of life of this country. And for those who wonder why I feel so, I am probably the last Prime Minister that will have known every single Prime Minister of Barbados in an independent Barbados. Errol Barrow, Tom Adams, Bree St. John, Mr. Barr again, Erskine Sandiford, Owen Arthur, David Thompson, Frondell Stewart. I am probably the last. And I therefore take the responsibility of keeping this country safe and keeping this country stable very seriously. I want to tell you why the Dems are getting it all wrong. If the ultimate judge of confidence is not the people in the Labour Party, not the people in the Dems, not even fully the people of Barbados, because you might say that we have a bias and we're looking at certain things on our economic performance. But if it is outside people and outside agencies, and if it is the international capital markets who don't know nothing about me, you, or any of us other than the numbers. We went to the international capital markets in June for the first time in this country's history since 2013. For 12 years, Barbados could not go and borrow a yen on the markets from anybody, not cent one. And the last loan that they had in 2013 was the Credit Suisse loan that had a provision in it that every time we got a downgrade, interest rates would go up by 0.5%. And what happened? Interest rates went up and up and up and up till almost, I think, 13.5% that loan was by the time we finished. We went to the markets in June. Monday, I had to go to Boston with the team. Tuesday, New York. Wednesday, London. Thursday, Paris. And Friday, a chest infection. Because that's all I could get after 4 days of travel. But you know what happened? We wanted to borrow $500 million. But the people were so impressed and so full of confidence for Barbados that when we opened up the market, the deal, in spite of Iran being bombed by Israel on the day that we announced it, and in spite of the U.S. bombing Israel the Sunday, the day before we went to market, when they told us, do you want to pause? And I said, no, I do the analysis. This is why we feel, we going ahead. And the next day, $2.7 billion in bids came forward for what we just want at $500 million. In other words, almost 6 times the money turned up that we needed. A berriffle of interest. Now that does not happen if people don't have confidence in you. When they see a rat, they do what? Run from it, not true? I ain't talking about nobody, I ain't talking about rats. And equally, when they see a good deal and competent people, everybody comes next to you and say, come. Not only did we have almost 6 times, but because of the amount of people, we ended up borrowing at 8% at an interest rate lower than the Bahamas and other countries that technically got better credit ratings than us. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. And then, we don't stop. I tell them, no, I'm not borrowing any money unless I get a natural disaster clause in there. Because if Barbados get hit by a hurricane or storm surge again, I must be able to stop paying my debt for 2 years. Because that is what we have negotiated, and Barbados is now, small Barbados, is now the country in the world with the largest amount of bonds and debt with natural disaster clauses. We have led the world. We've led the World Bank. We've led the British Export Agency. We've led the French. All of these people now have natural disaster clauses in their loans because of Barbados making the case for them. And the truth is that if you get hit bad, like how Jamaica got hit, the majority of Bajans would not have enough insurance, and some ain't got no insurance at all. Some underinsured, and some ain't got no insurance. And we know it because we went through it with Elsa, and we went through it with the freak storm. And the government is who got to stand in the middle and lift up everybody. And we said, you can't do that and still pay out debt. And what do we stand to save? Or not save, but to have in cash flow for a 2-year period if Barbados, I want some wood. Somebody knock some wood fast before you say, knock that riser there that the man's standing on for me. Right. God forbid we get hit over a certain level, like Jamaica, like Dominica, like Grenada with Ivan, we will be able to pause just under $2 billion in debt over 2 years. You understand what I just tell you? If you get hit and you have a mortgage to pay, just as we did for you in COVID, we asked the banks, especially for people who are self-employed and not getting any money, don't foreclose on the people's house. They ain't gonna be able to pay the mortgage for 6 months or whatever, 8 months, whatever. In this case, we will not have to pay debt service, whether principal or interest, for 2 whole years. There is nobody in the world, no company, no country, no agency, no bank that is going to give us $2 billion in space, fiscal space, to fix up people's houses and roads and drainage and any of that in this country. That is what your government has negotiated for you. And I pray that we never have to use it, because to use it means that we get hit hard. But you know why it is important? Because insurance premiums going up and up and up. And there's some parts of the world that you can't even get insurance. In California, with the wildfires, you saw what happened in Los Angeles last year, January. Nobody gives people insurance for wildfire anymore in California. In Florida and the surrounding states in the southeast, there are some towns and cities that will not insure anybody for flood or hurricane. Now what happens when that happens? That those people move to a different town or a different state. But in Barbados, when you start to get that happening both here or in Grenada or in St. Vincent, tell me where we can move to. There is nowhere to move. And therefore, I say to you that the kind of leadership that we have brought, and I'm not talking about me alone, I'm talking about the same governor of the central bank, I'm talking about the officers in the ministry, I'm talking about the same white oak that they like to curse all the time. Somebody help you get away with billions of dollars and you pay them 28 cents in a dollar? 28 cents, sorry, not 28 cents in a dollar, 28 cents in $100 because it was 0.28%. What foolishness are you hearing? That is the equivalent of, look, if this was a chocolate bar, that's the equivalent not even of my fingernail. That's the equivalent of a little piece there and all the rest for who? For Bajans. But because they feel that Bajans don't know big numbers, and because they feel that Bajans can't reason, they come and practice 1950s and 1960s soapbox politics like if you did not get education in this country from successive governments. It's foolishness. And you know, there's a good old time saying, and we did it regrettably in the last decade. Hard days, you weren't here. Oh, wait, you're going to feel. And I see Ralph Thorne trying to tell people that he can carry VAT back down to 15%. Can't tell you how much money it can cost the government. Well, I'm telling you, between 180 and 200 million. And then on top of that, says, oh, we're going to abolish taxes on all pensions. Can't tell you what it's going to cost. And then on top of that, I hear the planning to say double the salaries of some public servants. I hope that good sense will attend to their heads before Tuesday when they're going Gall Hill, because they could only be smoking or drinking something to believe that the Barbados government and the Barbados economy can handle that. What foolishness is this? Now I come to you instead, and I tell you, look at the program we will do for you. To begin with, when people reduce VAT, there are some businessmen in here, I don't want to call their name, but I'm sure that if you catch them in a little conversation, they will tell you that people hardly ever reduce prices once prices go up unless they want a loss leader. In other words, one price for something to drag you inside the supermarket or the store or whatever, but when you get in there, the rest of the price is up. So you feel you get a deal, but you get lulled in. What the Barbados Labour Party government is doing for you in our manifesto, and it is online, and the booklets are there. What we are doing for you is to say no. Put the money in people's pockets directly, because that is the surest way of knowing that they will get it. And that is why we are introducing, on top of all the other measures that we did for the last 3 years, I want to thank those supermarkets who for 18 months agreed to drop their margins from 20 to 30% down to 10 and 15%. But we knew that they were not going to do it forever. Your government has kept VAT capped at a lower rate for basic electricity use. And we have created a basket of food items, sanitary items, and baby supplies for the last 3-4 years that have brought those prices down, and we added to it last year again in Ryan's budget with stew beef, with Horlicks, with Sega. Yes, the normal tin stuff on, honey on, fruit on, because we were conscious that you needed a range of stuff to keep people healthy. But we go now on top of that and we say, look, last year, our revenue did a little better than we expected because of the corporation tax reform that we undertook the year before. But we said to you that we're going to do a solidarity allowance because we did not want to make any structural changes to the tax framework, because we want to make sure that the money is steady and it can happen again. In other words, it didn't flash in the pan. And now that we see the evidence of it being steady, we say, okay, we know how far we can go. We can't go as far as the 200 million or the 250 million, Because that can do so. You see what you're doing? Lopsided. So what we want is something that can keep us stable. And we have measured out the cost of what we are giving back to Bajans. And we have said we want to help every group of people. But we start first with the working poor, the working poor, the vulnerable, be they pensioners or persons disabled or persons on welfare. The people earning under $2,080 a month don't pay no taxes. None of us pay taxes on the first $25,000 in the country in income tax. But what we then did was to give them 6 years ago, people earning between $1,500 and $2,080, a reverse tax credit. What the people, Bajans, normally call the $1,300. Well, the $1,300 will now be the $1,700 from December this year. Hey, 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 hey. But we went further, and we say in the manifesto that there are people who are earning between $25,000 and $35,000 a year, $2,080 and $2,916 a month, because some people don't calculate annual fee. They know what to get in their hand monthly. And they, for the last 6 years, have been getting back every single cent they pay in PAYE at the end of the year when they file. Fancy words. Compensatory income credit. Well, let me rename it here tonight for you, the government meet intern. Because that's all it is. All of us know what it is to be in a meet intern. You put in your money month by month or week by week. And then at the end, the back end, you get it back in a lump sum. Well, that is what the government doing with you. You put in your tax monthly, and when you come to the end and you file, so long as the government has the ability, and where am I doing that? If I bake it in forever, and the country has another pandemic or something bad happen to the country, it may be difficult to do all the things. So we take it and we say, you can get it. But we ain't baking it in. Because we know that we have the confidence in how we manage this economy that you can get it. Every year since 2019, the people get back the money in taxes. So effectively, people who earn $35,000 and under, people who earn between $2,080 and $2,916 have gotten back every cent in tax, income tax, that they have paid in Barbados for the last 6 years. But tonight we say to them that because we are extending that benefit to people earning between $2,916 and people earning $4,166, people earning between $35,000 a month and $50,000 a month, that you too now will get back every cent in income tax that you pay. Once you file and pay it, you file in April, you get it back in October. But the people between 25 and 35,000 need a little something extra to offset, because they've been getting that for 6 years. And the little extra is to give them from this year a reverse tax credit of $750 to offset the money that they would pay otherwise in VAT in this country. They will not get the same $1,700 as the people under $25,000 because they're earning a little more. So it is a tiered system, it's a step-down system in terms of what we give you back. But let me talk about the man earning $4,000 a month. That man or woman would now have to pay in PAYE $2,875 in taxes for a whole year. They're paying roughly $280 a month, $270-something and change a month. Multiply that by 12, $2,875. Do you know that come next year, come this year, October, I forget the year start already. Those persons will get back every cent of income tax, $2,875 in their hands. Hey, 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 hey. This is not idle talk. And you know me. You know if I could not do it, I would not be on this platform talking about it. And when we did the numbers, we know what we can afford. And we know that way the money comes back to you certain. But when it comes now, that's why I call it a government meeting turn. You pay and you get it back. But let me go to the next category. I talk now about pensioners, people who get welfare, people who get special needs grants. And we say to you, we feel it. And we will give every single pensioner and every single welfare recipient, that's you, darling, and every single recipient of a special needs grant, which is people who are disabled, either adults or children, we're going to give you $1,200 a year. You can take it $100 a month if you like that cash flow. You can take it $300 a quarter if you prefer that. You can take it $600 every 6 months. Or if you got a car and you don't want to look for the money for insurance, you could take it once a year and help you pay the insurance. Tell me which other government in the Caribbean is doing that for pensioners, for welfare recipients, or for disabled persons. And you may ask me, Mia, why you just didn't change the pension? Well, we did that already. And we brought the non-contributory pension right up underneath the contributory pension. And if we had to change the contributory pension now, I would have to go and change all of the contributions of employers and employees to keep the national insurance system safe for you for the future. I tell you that there's a clear choice in this election, you know. This is not fancy footwork to fool nobody to win an election. This is about helping people in ways that are sustainable. And I say to you tonight that in order for us to have done that would have other implications for the economy. I couldn't explain all of this last night because I was almost at 2 hours, I couldn't finish. So I'm telling you tonight, I can tell you the rest of the campaign too. And I'm saying to you that since we could not do it through the NIS, we then introduced this cost of living cash credit. And it is central government that is paying for it, so it does not distort the pension system in this country. My friends, the only thing that is left for that to happen is for you to go to the polls on the 11th of February and vote for the Barbados Labour Party. We could have waited till March and announced all of this in the budget as was our intention. But because we have come to the people, we are giving you the say. Is this the deal that you want? Are these the arrangements that will help you offset the cost of living? Put more disposable money and income in your pockets. Not have to depend on whether a business can pass back the VAT to you. And remember that the amount that he wants to claw back with the VAT is more, and it can do so. It ain't gonna kill us, but it can distort the economy. And I know that you prefer to walk a long distance than to have an adrenaline high, and then when you look around next year, you ain't got nothing and you're in trouble. That is what Ralph is giving you. But there's one last thing I want to talk about before leaving here, because this is too important, and this has nothing to do with the immediate election. But it has to do with what kind of Barbados we want. We announced a birthright dividend for all children born under the Republic. Grantley Adams and Errol Barrow made sure that we, our parents and grandparents, got free education in order to lift us up, because they understood better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Tom Adams came and said, let us deal with the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act and let the people who live on plantation tenantries be able to buy the land at 10 cents a square foot. 5,000 square feet of land for $500, cheaper than a pair of sneakers, you've heard me say. Owen Arthur, recognizing that there were tenantries not on a plantation, close to town, non-plantation and urban tenantries. Liz would tell you she was in the cabinet with me when Owen did it. $2.50 a square foot. And the government will pay the difference between what you pay at $2.50 and the $15 a square foot up to 5,000 square feet. Can you imagine that? $12.50 times 5,000 square feet. That is lotto money. But we have come now and said, look, Barbados must become a shareholding democracy. Barbados must be a place where people don't only own a piece of the rock, they must have the ability to have a start in life. And your government in the Republic wants to make sure that the children born when we as Bajans fully control our destiny in this republic. I wanted to do it in 2021, November, but we were in the middle of COVID. And tell you straight, I couldn't take them decisions when I know that people's lives were at stake in COVID. But we can do it now. And we will pay back for the children who are now 4 years and 2 months. And every child born hereinafter will get that 5,000. And the money goes into a Barbados Republic Child Wealth Fund. This morning, people were calling my phone and saying, I have a child who is born into the Republic, and I got one who is born before. We know that the government will not give us money for the one born before, but would you allow us to put money in our child's name so that they too can benefit from the investments that will be made in these children's name? And that when these children become 18, and right up to the age of 25, they can use how much that investment has mushroomed and grown to be able to help them unlock a mortgage. How many times you have gone somewhere or you know people go to get a mortgage and they tell you where they deposit? Huh? And people who could pay the mortgage amount when the month come can't get it because they can't get the deposit. And while the government pays for free education and most things, the truth is that there are 1 or 2 areas that we don't pay for. You can use it then for educational purposes. And then the final area for now, and we will have consultations after the election should it be your wish that we be your government again. But this is too important a gift to the children of the Republic. The Republic must stand for something so that people know that when this country became a republic, it chose its children to invest in them and to give them a chance in life. I can be 78 years old, pushing 80 when them children start to draw. So it is not about any electoral gain, but it is about doing right by our children and our citizens and letting them know, just as we've done right by you, you now have to do right by your country that saw you, fed you, and nurtured you. And I ask us to spread the word. And let us, after the 11th of February, if it is your wish to put Kerry Simmons and Sandra Husbands as your members of Parliament again, to continue the good work that they have been doing for this party and this country and this government. That if it is your wish so to do, there are many things that we will continue to make right. We are not a perfect government, but we are doing good work for the people of this nation. And I ask you, continue to give us the feedback. but at the same time recognize that this election is not simply about roads that can be fixed within a matter of months. This election is a choice about your future. And the next time the country gets into trouble, it is not going to be 4,000 public servants going home or 8% pay cut. It's not going to be debt restructuring. It is going to be your savings and your pensions, as we saw in Greece and we saw in Argentina. I ask us to apply our hearts to wisdom. And I ask us to recognize good when you see good. And I ask us to see that the choice is as clear as between day and night. And if you do so, I ask you to go out early on the 11th of February. When you stay home and say you are not voting, you effectively vote for the opposition. As we learned in the US, go out and vote and give Kerry Simmons, Sandra Husbands, and myself as your Prime Minister now the opportunity to continue leading this country and keeping it safe. Good night and God bless you. Thank you very much.
I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me you in charge. Pick up me leading with confidence and strength, experience, excellence and saying, take charge, me you in charge. Can't feel all the war gon' stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong, all of we built up. My rainbow be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my act, she gon' get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worry with them. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me you in charge. Pick up me leading with confidence and strength, experience, excellence and saying, take charge, me you in charge. You in charge, you is the boss. Common crisis, clearing chaos. But in the work, you do the job and she got my trust. That is enough. Why?
We ready and ready. Y'all heard from the leader, our Prime Minister, the best Prime Minister Barbados ever had. He spoke on some very critical areas. And the ball is in your court now to go out on February 11th. Go out early and vote, as she said. Invite your friends, your family, your neighbors, everybody. Encourage them to go out and vote. So the moment you have all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my MP, my Member of Parliament, your Member of Parliament. She is loved across this constituency, from Husbands to West Terrace, from Haynesville to Durance, from Durance to Warrens, from Warrens to Prior Park. Please welcome Sandra Husbands.
She walks with steady footsteps. She speaks with firm resolve. In challenge before her, she's ready to solve. Her courage is steady. Her compass is clear. A leader who shows up. Yeah, she's always there. Vote for Sandra. Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. She is strength in silence. She is truth and stride. She the advocate standing with the people by her side. No storm can shake her vision. No dark
And a warm and wonderful good evening to the good people of St. James South and St. James Central. It has been a privilege and an honor to be able to represent the constituency of St. James South. And I can tell you that one of the things that is very, very important to me is to be of service to you. You just heard some of the things that we're putting in place to serve you. I know sometimes the Barbados Labour Party makes governance look easy. Look as though, well, you just do this and it works. But believe me, a lot of long hours and hard work and planning and strategizing and getting the best information and making the best decisions and sometimes making tough decisions is a part of what we do in order to do one thing, to make sure that Barbadians have a better life. And our theme, if you give us the privilege to be your government on another occasion, our theme is to move Barbados upward and move it onward. But we can only do it if we do it together as a nation. We can't do it by ourselves. We need every single Barbadian to understand the vision, understand where we're going, and understand what is needed in order to get there. And when we do it together, we will succeed. You know, the Africans have a proverb. If you want to go somewhere fast, go alone. But if you have to go far, you have to go together. Because you need everybody to make the journey work. Now here in St. James South is unusual in terms of how it is structured. And therefore the needs of the people of St. James South are altered a little bit in terms of the intensity that you find here. In St. James South, we have a significantly large number of seniors who live here. We are 10,400 people strong. And let me tell you, it takes an entire year for you to be able to visit every single person yourself. And among those 10,400, you have over 6,000 who are older in age. And what we discovered as their MP, you find that they are less able physically to do the things that they used to be able to do. You find that they have more struggles in terms of finances because they might be on pensions and therefore repairing the home, meeting the bills, looking after themselves may become challenging. You find, for example, that they may be suffering with NCDs, whether it's diabetes. They may suffer with an illness like cancer. And so one of the challenges that a lot of our seniors in St. James South face is that squeeze on their everyday finances. And by the time the cost of living hits that situation, it creates for them a situation where they cannot always properly meet their needs, whether it's nutritional, whether it's medicinal, etc. And so one of the things that has been a burden for me as the MP is how are we going to help serve our seniors so that they're able to live more comfortably? How are we going to make sure they're safe in their homes? How are we going to make sure that they have the help and the companionship which they need? And so one of the things that I have been a strong advocate for is how are we going to provide more services at the community level to be able to service our seniors? So what is it that we did? One, Prime Minister was able to work together with us at the cabinet level, and a home health program was put in place. Because we recognize that very often seniors don't have the physical strength, the physical dexterity to do a number of things for themselves. Sometimes they have to take medication at a particular time and they may forget. And so the home health program was grown in order to give our seniors a better life. But we thought that with that one program, we could help more than one group in the community. So not only are the seniors getting the help that they need, but it meant that young people in the constituency were able to get jobs working with our seniors. And there are a lot of our young people who love working with seniors. They enjoy engaging them. And this is why that was a happy marriage inside of the constituency where we were able to do things for our seniors. In addition to that, one of the things that we wanted to have happen in St. James South for our seniors was to be able to have nursing care at the community level. With the best will in the world, with the opening of the geriatric hospital, we cannot house every single senior Barbadian at the geriatric hospital, and every senior does not have the wherewithal to be able to go to private nursing care. So we need a suite of services at the community level that will allow them to be able to live comfortably at home. But we have to take it step by step because it is a costly affair. So one of the things that we are adding in this upcoming manifesto and in our work going forward in 2026, etc., if you give us the opportunity to be your government, is we are going to have mobile health clinics that will move from community to community, being able to deal with people who are ill, those who are handicapped, and in particular, our seniors. Now, why is this important? If a senior does not have money and they are feeling not well, they stay home and doctor themselves until it becomes chronic, until it becomes excessive, where they are now in an emergency state. Which means by the time they get to the hospital, it's going to be costing more and more to be able to take care of them. Whereas if we have nursing care available at the community level, that they can check in on you to check the level of your diabetes, to check your pressure, to check your cholesterol, to check on your wound, to check on whatever it is you are dealing with, then it means we can do medical interventions much more quickly, much sooner. And one of our manifesto promises is to be able to put public health nursing care at the community level, and we'll be looking at using the mobile units. And I have welcomed that because my concern has always been what is going to happen to our seniors. But all of this means that you need more nurses. And we have a shortage of nurses. And part of my work as the Minister of Training and Tertiary Education was to look at how can we expand the number of nurses that are going to be available to the country. We had had a significant problem with a number of them not being able to pass the regional exam, which is mandatory if you're going to be able to operate in the hospital. So we were challenged at every turn. But at the BCC, what we were able to do is, one, change the curriculum so that we're actually teaching people to the standard where they can pass the exam. And then we were able to see every year that we were going to be able to graduate 60 nurses. What we want to do is to be able to carry it to 100 and even beyond. So in our ministry, we are working on looking at how we're going to build infrastructure that will allow us now to build out a health and wellness division that can train all the nurses, all the therapists, etc., that are going to be needed to be able to give the care that Barbadians want. And this is what is going to give us the nurses who are going to help us with our seniors. Now, the benefit of this is that it is going to relieve a lot of middle-aged children in terms of knowing that there is better care for their parent. One of the challenges for middle-aged children is if they don't live with their parent, they're concerned. They're concerned about what is happening every day. If something, they feel ill, they have to run and go. If something happens, they have to get up, stop work, and run and deal with their parent. And it's very difficult. And those who find it very, very difficult to do sometimes don't even respond to the adult parent that they have. And that results in suffering of our seniors. So by being able to provide for the community nurses who can help deliver care at the community level, we are actively making sure that they can have the care. But at the constituency level, there were some additional things that I was able to do in response to the things that are happening in terms of NCD and the medical needs of our community. We have partnered with a number of institutions. And the Ross University, for example, one of the things they did was they brought down into the community the student doctors who were training and needed to get practical experience. And so they were able to come into our community and actually do a number of checkups for hundreds of people in St. James South. the polyclinic. They were able to come in as well because they were concerned about our children. Many parents are not taking their children to get vaccinations. And they needed to be able to reach parents to know who was vaccinated and to see what they could do to educate parents to make sure that their children were vaccinated. And so they came down, and again, a number of residents were able to utilize those services. But some of you will remember that in November, we had a very special offer where people were offering free eye exams and free eyeglasses. And that program went very well. We had close to 100 people who came out and got the eye exams and got free glasses just late last year. And it didn't stop there, because as an MP, I believe that I have to be constantly looking for opportunities for my people to ensure their needs are met. And we had a relationship with the Bel Airs Institute. And the Bel Airs Institute had an offer, so they called me because we are already communicating. And they said to me, look, we have some dentists who want to come down to Barbados to offer free dental care. And we were able to spread the information across the constituency. And so we had a significant number of our residents go down to the Bel Airs Institute, and they were able to enjoy free dental care. That is what representation is about. That's what advocacy is about. That is about doing the business that helps the people in my community. Now, you heard Prime Minister talk about our pensioners and that very special program where they're going to be able to offer the $1,200 every year as long as we are able to afford it, so that the seniors have something coming to them once a year, or if they want it by the month or every quarter or every 6 months, they can get that money in their hands. That will help. All of these are things that help to ease the financial burdens on our seniors. But one of the big things is the taxable allowance. That those who are at 50,000, they find that they have a tax allowance at 50,000, but we are going to raise it to include people who are at the $75,000 level. At that level, you are able to have a tax reduction. And these things are important to help our seniors to manage. Now, across St. James South, we have been experiencing some issues. For a couple of years, we have had crime, daring break-ins, terrorizing people, destroying their sense of security, destroying their sense of safety. I met a constituent at a function, and she was one that had had a break-in to her home. And she said to me that it had shattered her so much that she and her husband moved out of the house, went to stay in temporary quarters, and then were getting security experts to come and examine the house and put in as many security measures as possible, because she said she would not be able to sleep if she was not able to do something to recover her peace of mind. It is a shattering and nerve-wracking thing when someone breaks into your home. Worse still, if you are inside. And these types of incidences were occurring across Wanstead, in Husbands, in Warrens. These things were affecting people down in Paradise Heights. Occasionally you would get it in West Terrace, not often. And my responsibility as an MP was, how are we going to restore your sense of peace, your sense of power, your sense of you are in charge of your life and you can operate safely? Now, it was important not only for their peace of mind, it also has an economic impact. When people become afraid to leave home, it means they don't go to Oystons and spend money. When they become afraid to leave home, they don't go out and support the cultural shows that are on. When people are afraid to leave home, they do not go to activities with their families because they're going to come in late. And what that does, it causes economic activity to be stifled across the economy because people are afraid. And that is why it has to be addressed. Now, the question was, what? The police have been doing a fantastic job, and the Attorney General's office has been providing them not only with funds, but laws that help them to be able to deal with crime as it happens. But we want to get further than that. You don't want to wait until there's a crime to do something. The question is, what can we do to prevent it? So as the MP, what I did is I walked the constituency for 2 years, knocking on doors and talking to neighbors and say, let us form neighborhood watch groups. And over those 2 years, and I have to really thank my team behind me, because many of them have walked with me to help me form those. We have over 43 neighborhood watch groups in St. James South that we were able to form and actually train people to be able to be their neighbor's keeper. And that is important. We then established in each group 2 administrators. And then what we did was we put all of the administrators across St. James South, we put them into a WhatsApp group, and the police were embedded in that group. That meant that if something happened and they reported it into the network, the police were on the spot, that they could actually see something had happened and that they could quicken their response. And this leads to collaboration, a partnership between the police service and the community. But there was a wonderful side benefit. One of the side benefits was the communities then really started working with each other and building community. One community got together, divided the costs, and set up community cameras so that they could keep watch in their community. In addition to that, one of the things that we were able to do to assist them, now the police have a free service, and I want everybody to hear this. The police have a free service where they will come and assess your home and tell you where are the vulnerable bits on your house, and tell you what you need to do to make your house safer. And this was important, and some communities started working with the police in doing those assessments so that we can make our place safe. That is critical. And so that is work I want to be able to continue. Now, probably one of the most precious things in St. James South are our children. I love them dearly. And their parents love them as well. And our children during COVID suffered significantly. They were away from their teachers. They were away from their friends. They couldn't go out to play. They fell back in their schoolwork. And when COVID was finished and we did an assessment, we recognized that many of our children had lost their development progress in terms of their reading. Now, anytime a child has difficulty reading, guess what happens? It means they can't learn. And if they can't learn, they do not have a future. So what did we do? We started a reading program in St. James South. And that reading program was able to help our children to improve. Just in November, we sent all of the volunteers on a special training program that was going to be able to allow them to work with our children doing play-based and project-based learning. That's what you do when you are an MP. That's what you do when you care about your children. That's what you do when you want better for your people. One of the main things on my agenda from the time I came to this constituency was to deal with the issue of poverty. Poverty is painful. Poverty kills your joy. Poverty hurts. My background is in management consulting, and I did a lot of work in human development. And one of the things we used to specialize in our training programs, we would teach you about work attitudes, we would teach you about customer service, but we always taught you how you can increase your income. And whenever you told people that that is what we were going to do, they wanted to turn up for the training program, and they stayed all the way to the end because they wanted to know how to raise income. So I thought it would be an easy matter for me to come to St. James South and just put on some sessions and have people attend it so that they can learn how they can work together to increase income. Why not? After all, I'd done it for hundreds of Barbadians. There were Barbadians who were able to start little businesses, and they were able to earn extra money that they could increase the income in their family. One guy who I saw again today, because of the lessons, he was able to change his behaviors, and now he has a home over on Kerry's side, all because he applied the things that we taught him. A whole family, none of them had ever gone beyond secondary school. And this young lady was working in housekeeping at a hotel. But after hearing how we shared, she went and improved herself. She went to university and took her sisters and brothers with her, and all of them now are working at better paying jobs so that they were breaking poverty in their lives. But I found that it was difficult to put those sessions on because I did not realize that when an HR manager says you have to come to training, that I have a captive audience. I thought it would just be natural everybody would want to come and do it. But when I started to talk with people, I realized that there is a difference at the community level when it comes to the understanding about poverty. That some people want to relieve the pain of poverty. They're going to need help with a bill. They're going to need help with getting the kids to school. They're going to need help with food. And so the focus tends to stay around that area. But it does not extend always to how can we break poverty altogether. And so one of the things I want to be able to work on is to deal with that. But the time was not propitious to do it because in Barbados, we were now coming out of a bad economic situation. Our government was working on debt restructuring. We then had to cope with COVID, and we then had to see how we were going to grow the economy. And without economic growth, you cannot build income increasing activities. The economy has to be strong to sustain it. That's one of the reasons when people had trust loans and COVID hit, so many of them were not able to do well. And so we had to do remedial work in trust loans to be able to help them to deal with that and get them started again. But what we have now is a much better economy where we are ready now to deal with the issue of breaking the back of poverty. But in the interim, here are some things that we did. Not only the trust loans, one of the first things we did was the electrical upgrades. Why? Because without solving the problem of the electrical upgrades, people could lose everything that they had worked for in their life. Preserving that asset was important. But then the next step was important. Government is working on the assessments of all of these houses, and they want to complete giving you ownership of your unit. That is part of building assets and building wealth. We also did things like talk about how you can use solar panels on your roof. We are just waiting until we can get the batteries, but you can earn money by putting solar on your roof. All of this is part of preparing the ground for breaking poverty. But what I want to be able to do going forward is to be able to do for you, help you to understand how poverty is broken. I'm coming now. Everybody has 24 hours, rich and poor. You sleep 8, you work 8. The difference between the rich and the poor is what they do with the other 8. And that is what I want to be able to teach you. How do you take the other 8 hours and build income? This is critical. If we don't help people to do that, then poverty will keep dragging from generation to generation. I think it is important for us to be able to help people to understand that to break poverty, you need skills. In the Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education, we're doing construction training, we're doing fishing and farming training, and in February, we're going to be starting hospitality training. You have to have a skill to get started because you have to have something in your hand that you can use as a start to be able to build wealth. This is something that is going to be important to you. Now, the last thing I will share on that is this. Wages and income are not the same thing. Wages are what somebody pays you for a specific job, but income is what you do with time, opportunity, and resources. How you use your time, how you use relationships, how you use resources, this is what makes the difference in building wealth. Given the opportunity to represent you again, I want to humbly ask you to give me that opportunity. Those are the things that I want to teach you. Why? Because at the moment, because we've been able to build up the Barbadian economy, it can now sustain the activities that you can use, that you can do in order to build wealth. We are going to have 9 new hotels in this country. We are working on an investment program to deal with things like logistics and research and attracting certain types of industrial activity here in Barbados using digital manufacturing. There are a whole set of investment programs that are going to help us to attract new jobs to Barbados. You need the skills in order to take up those jobs, to be able to lift your family up, so that you can stand on your feet and move towards your dreams. And so it is important that as a government, we are able to do this for you. And that's another reason why we're saying to you, February the 11th is the day when you make a vote for yourself. Your vote is not about propping up one side or the other. Your vote is about you. It's about your family. It's about your future. And if you want to be able to walk forward into the future, to break poverty, to cope with the cost of living, if you want to give your children a solid foundation to go forward, you need to vote for the Barbados Labour Party. That's who you have to vote for. You have one life. And anytime you put a government in that breaks your financial security, that breaks your social security, you can never get back the time that they have wasted. They can't give you back a life. So this vote, this election, February 11th, is for you, for your family, for all the people around you, your neighbors. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for Sandra Husbands. Vote for Mia Amor Motley. When you do that, you will not regret it. Good night and God bless you.
Vote for Sandra. 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 We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. She is strength in silence. She is truth and stride. She the advocate standing with the people by her side. No doubt can shake her vision. No doubt can break her will. So we go with Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James.
So you heard from your MP. She's going for her 3rd term. And you know what you have to do come February 11th. Because we want to hear on election day, election night, we want to hear husbands, 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 husbands. No graves. So we have our next speaker, our final speaker for the night. The former MP for St. James South. She has held various portfolios in government. And she was also the deputy president within the Senate. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Excellency, Liz Thompson.
We rose under mire. We journeyed through the fire. We and BLB, now globally admired, with every vision inspired. We and BLB, we have lifted the heavy load. Asian pride has been restored. Great sacrifice we made for this. Now together let's reap the harvest. As one happy country, together one family, together one destiny, together in sun or stormy weather, together we stay together forever, enjoying.
Good evening in St. James South. It is wonderful to be at home in my former constituency, at home in the constituency in which I voted from the time I could vote, at home in the communities of Holders Hill and Haynesville, and West Harrison Husbands and Oxnards and the Heights. And I greet you and bless you and wish you a wonderful 2026. I really just, as you can hear, I'm not in good voice. The dust in the atmosphere is affecting my throat. I've not been shouting on any platforms, so it is not that. But I felt obligated to come and say just a few words in support of my political sister Sandra Husbands and my political brother Kerry Simmons across the street. And to ask you, in a third term, there is always somebody who did not get something that they wanted. Somebody who feels that you talk to them too hard, or not enough, or that you gave somebody else more time, or that you were not there enough, that when you were fighting to wrestle the problems of the country to the ground, wrestling with COVID, with Elsa, with the ash fall, with Beryl, with the lightning strikes, that you did not have time for them. And I want to say to you that when you didn't see Kerry or Sandra, they were still working on your behalf. And the evidence of their work is all around you. Sandra spoke to her exceptional record. Kerry would have spoken to the government's record. And I don't want to make a very long speech, but there are two things on which I would want to focus. The first is to remind you, you know, for me it is significant that we are at this particular location where the walkway was built into Haynesville. At this particular location, so close to the Heights where we put up houses. At this particular location, close to the Venezuelan project where we got rid of the dump that was there and created a play park. At this location close to West Terrace, where we created steps and walkways into the communities. At this location where we repaired and outfitted the play park in Haynesville, and where we established so many community programs. You know, when I walk the street and I meet young people from Haynesville, from Holders Hill, these sporting communities, and I'm sorry that we don't have time tonight to develop some of the conversations from the manifesto and what the government is going to do in relation to sports. But what I can say to you is that there will be developed a new sporting culture and a new sporting industry for Barbados that will create jobs and they will redound to the benefit of this community that has always been in the forefront of sports, whether it is football or cricket or volleyball or netball, but more so cricket and golf. There's been so much support given to sports persons in this community. The lighting of the basketball field, another sport in which this constituency excelled, about husbands, and the placement of a pavilion at Melbourne. And you know why I am speaking these things? It is not to say that I worked hard as an MP, even though I did. It is to point out to you, coming directly after Sandra, that this community, this constituency of St. James North, St. James Central, St. James South, always does better when the Barbados Labour Party is in government. All of the people in this community walk every inch of it, and you will find civil servants who Barbados Labour Party MPs help to get their jobs. Walk the length and breadth of this constituency and see the housing. Lionel Craig was the first person to build all of these houses out here, the first BLP MP to build all these houses out here. Haynesville is a development of the Barbados Labour Party, a previous Barbados Labour Party. The middle income housing across this constituency, much of it was put in place, Barbados Labour Party. Up in the Heights, all of the middle income housing out in the Heights by the playing field and the cricket field, Barbados Labour Party. And I say to you tonight, that you need a Barbados Labour Party government to keep doing this work for you. And it does not matter if you didn't see Sandra or Kerry as often as you wanted, because they were at work as part of a mere motley administration, keeping this country safe, keeping this country secure, making sure that working class people were protected. And I want tonight, I don't have the time to look at issues of cost of living. I don't have the time to spend on the new housing development. 3,295 people across housing areas in Barbados, including here, will get the conveyances and become property owners without even having to pay legal fees, unprecedented in the Caribbean. That we are empowering poor black working class people. We are empowering people who without this lift up would perhaps not be able themselves to own property, who would be renters all the days of their lives. And we started it when I was housing minister, and we have now come back to government to complete the process. Up in Halls Village, there were no roads. People used to walk with 2 pairs of shoes. Today there are roads. People gave up bits of their land so that Halls Village could get a road. And that has made a difference to the quality of housing and the quality of life in the community. And therefore, I repeat, it is under the Barbados Labour Party that St. James South has flourished. It is under the Barbados Labour Party that St. James South has shone. And it is under the Barbados Labour Party that St. James South will continue to go forward. I want, just for a few minutes, to deal with a question tonight which you must confront as members of the electorate in the upcoming election. And it is this: I am hearing people say that they feel they should give the opposition a few votes to boost them. That it is not fair to not have an opposition. That democracy means that we should have somebody from the other side in the House. And I want to address that, Because I say to you tonight, it is very dangerous thinking. And I understand that Barbadians are driven by a sense of fair play. I understand that Barbadians want to do what is right. But there are two things that I want to point out. First, the Barbados Labour Party should have earned your vote by the way they have performed in government. And I urge you, the red record is online. Go to blp.org. You can search it alphabetically to see what government has done for you. So we, I believe, would have earned your vote. And there is a recommendation that whether from the Parliamentary Reform Commission, that whether an opposition gets no seats, that an opposition party with the largest number, the second largest number of votes in an election should automatically get seats in the Senate. So if that provision is applied, if the Dems were to lose 30-0 again, they would still get space in the Parliament of Barbados. But that is not the issue. What I want to say to you is that there are people saying that the Labour Party has won already. The newspaper poll today says we are out front. And I'm saying to you tonight that votes are not counted in a newspaper. They are counted only in ballot boxes. To ensure that there is a Barbados Labour Party victory, you must get up, you must go out, and you must vote to ensure that the Dems stay out of government. And you must do that based A, on the performance of the Barbados Labour Party, B, on the performance of the Democratic Labour Party. And I want to spend some time talking about that. Others tonight have spoken about new Labour Party policy and old Labour Party policy. But I want to talk about the leader of the Democratic Labour Party and the party itself. A few weeks ago, there was a video on social media in which the leader of the Democratic Labour Party was heard to say to the government side, when I'm hungry, I gotta starve one out. I gotta starve one out. You ain't gonna eat today, I tell you. And then he went on to say that if they had not interrupted him, and I want you to follow me very carefully, if they had not interrupted him, he would have shut up 45 minutes ago and let them go to lunch. Now I want to say to you, you have heard people quarrel with Mia Mottley. You have heard people insult Mia Mottley. You know, ladies like cups. You got a cup? I'll give men a little trouble, you know. You've heard people quarrel with Mia. Never have you heard her act with spite. Never have you heard her speak with malice. Would he left, she tell him when he ready, he would come back. Or Arthur was unkind to her, she treated him as a statesperson with the utmost graciousness. People left the Barbados Labour Party. She said goodbye, the door open. If you want to come back, it's here. But here is a man who is saying to you that if you dare to interrupt him when he is speaking, he will use the power of parliamentary privilege to stop you from eating and to keep you in your seat. And he is prepared to talk. Not because he has anything to say, but he is prepared to talk to stop you from getting up to go to the bathroom. He is prepared. Oh, you see? The Lord bless you. Where we going to put it, though? You can stand up and hold it. What your name? Sean. Oh, thank you, Sean. You ain't got no ice?
That's round 5 set off. You can release.
I want you to understand the nature of the pathological personality that it takes to do that to somebody. And this is not the first time that we see it. We saw it. When he is interviewing his own candidates, he interrupts them all the time. The boy from St. Peter said to him, well, you ain't gonna give me a chance to talk. When he was interviewing the girl Dujon, he interrupted her so many times that eventually she shut up. Ralph can talk, but you are not to interrupt him. Because if you interrupt him, you will be treated with spite and malice. Where did we see this before? With Ralph again. There were long-standing members of the Democratic Labour Party. Irene Sandiford Garner. She was my friend from school days, but we ain't so close no more. She was a D, I was a B. She was loyal to her party, I was loyal to mine. Ralph severed her connection with the Democratic Labour Party. Ronnie, if he was serious about leadership and about unifying the Democratic Labour Party, when he became leader, he could have put Ronnie in the Senate. He didn't. Tricia Watson heard that she was fired on the radio. This is a man with bad malice and spite. Do not mind, he's always talking about God and morality, and I'm going to expose it tonight. You cannot be talking about God and morality and treat people like that. If you see a party in shambles, you as a leader must unify it. Mia Motley unified the Barbados Labour Party when she came. The people who supported her, the people who didn't support her, Owen's friends, everybody. Motley said forward together. But Ralph says, if you interrupt me, if you bother me at all, I'll get rid of you. I'm going to starve you out. I will lock you out. I will shut you up. And I'm going to continue giving examples. Big Heather. No Big Heather from Black Rock. Cooks. Big Heather was a staunch supporter of the Democratic Labour Party. Big Heather had the audacity to say that she did not agree with some of the things that Ralph was doing. Big Heather was a woman that when the Democratic Labour Party had no money, Big Heather buy a stove, carry it in DLP headquarters, cook for them, sell food to make money, fill the bellies with her fish cakes and her fried food. Ralph locked her out of the party headquarters that she had served for years. Miss Mapp. Everybody in Barbados know Miss Mapp. She helped she walked with Errol Barrow when he was alive and then helped the Democratic Labour Party to win the 2008 election. You remember the woman on the bus? Or a woman who said, if the BLP win, that they're going to make you pay bus fare. Y'all remember her? That is Miss Mapp. What you think happened to Miss Mapp? She get locked out too. People who walked with Errol Barrow, she was a Dem when Ralph was a B. When Ralph went over to the Dems the last time, she was still a Dem. When Ralph came back to the Bs, she was a Dem. And now that Ralph gone back to the Dems, he kicked out her old Dem self. Okay. Ralph talks about morality. On the morning that he locked these women and men out, Tyra Trotman was one that got locked out. Undine Whittaker. These are names we know. names we know have been long-serving members of the Democratic Labour Party. You have never heard anybody you have never heard anybody getting locked out of BLP headquarters and getting locked out just because they offered a different point of view. Miss Mapp and others on the morning they were locked out. And the gate of the Democratic Labour Party where they had served, where they had cried in victory and laughed in cried in defeat and laughed in victory. The headquarters that had given them succor. They were locked out and not knowing what to do. And you know what was remarkable about it? That Ralph was having a church service and he locked them out of the church service. How do you lock somebody out from serving God? How do you lock somebody out from praying? Ralph was praying, one eye shut and the other open to make sure the door remained locked, that the old women could not get back inside. How do you lock somebody out of prayer? And all the time pleading that you are the most moral politician on the earth. Have you ever wanted to go to the bathroom urgently? No, seriously. Have you ever wanted to go to the bathroom? To be ba. And you know that when you're squeezing and you're holding and you're looking, those women wanted to go to the bathroom, amen. I am 64 years old. Some of them were way older than me. Do you know that they could not get back into DLP headquarters to use the toilet? Do you understand what it means for a man to lock you out, one? To lock you out from prayer and God, two. And Jesus, Lord, have mercy to stop you from even wearying, from passing a little water. You could imagine what those women in their 80s and their 70s standing, squeezing the legs, wondering that, hoping that they don't make themselves shame because it is Sunday morning and all of Belleville is locked down because it is a commercial area. I want you to understand what Ralph Thorne did to them, because this tells us who he is. This tells us the kind of man and the kind of rat that he really is. And I am telling you that if he does not have real power now, if he is only the leader of the opposition now, put the power of the prime ministership in his hands, only God knows who he would not lock out. Only God knows who he would not unfair. And all of you better buy Pampers because you will wet yourself. He will lock you out of toilets. You cannot be speaking of morality and treat people with such utter inhumanity, because by their deeds you shall know them. That's what the Bible says. We can judge the rat by his behavior. We know who he is, not because he says he is moral, but because his acts lack ethical and moral authority. He does not have the moral authority to lead. He is not a unifier of people or of a party. And look again, what he has done politically. I said to you what he did to Ronnie. He left a constituency that had supported him without telling them a word. He left the BLP that had helped him get to government without saying a word. Not goodbye, not thank you, this ain't working for me. Good Lord, when you're breaking up any kind of relationship, you at least say, look, I want you no more, I done. If you don't say more than that, just tell them the basics, I done. Not Ralph. Ralph just leaves you in the lurch. People who were depending on him in his constituency, he just never turned back up again. And look to see what I am telling you. Everybody in the Democratic Labour Party is now running their own campaign and breaking for themselves. The boy Corey, who is running in his former constituency. They had a Christchurch candidates meeting. They wouldn't even invite Ralph to speak. Why do you think that is? That a party in opposition, deep opposition, in crisis, refuses to have its political leader speak at meetings. That tells you something about the nature of the man who he is. And the one, Corey, you see him on social media all the time making criticisms about the state of the constituency. Now understand what is going on. He doesn't say the government, he couches his language in such a way that he is pointing out that Ralph Thorne was not an effective MP. That Ralph Thorne failed the people of Christchurch. And why would he do that? Because he does not expect Rat to win, and he feels that he can become a leader in the future. So he breaking for himself. He's not concerned about the Democratic Labour Party. And so we are seeing this kind of behavior from Ralph. I'm going to go back to Ralph, but let me make the point. You may feel sympathy for them. And you may say, let me give them a couple of votes so that one or two won't lose the deposit. There is a danger in voting for an opposition, because if enough people go out on the morning of the election feeling sorry for them, they could end up being the government. A party that cannot run itself, a party that is in utter chaos, a party that is falling apart. If they cannot run the affairs of the party, they cannot run the affairs of this country. And let me tell you something else about Ralph. When we had the St. James North by-election, so I think it was 2024, Christmas, if my memory serves me correctly. It's not what it used to be. He announced to the public that there was going to be a by-election in St. James North. He announced it. He said that Eddie was leaving and that there would be somebody else coming and so on. Nobody in the BLP answered him. But when the election was called, Ralph said he was not ready and it was not fair to him and that he did not know an election was coming. You understand? And what am I saying? Not only does that tell us who he is and how he is prepared to behave, the other significance of that is that when Prime Minister Motley heard COVID was coming, it was rampaging all over the globe and she knew it would hit our shores, she got ready and built Harrison Point. She put isolation facilities in place, other facilities in place, trained people. She knew something was coming. She saw it on the horizon and she prepared for it. What Ralph did in that the St. James North by-election was essentially to say, I saw the election coming, but I am about to get ready. Can you imagine if he were running the country and crisis was looming and he just sat down there and watched it, he and Frondell using their big words, talking history together, reminiscing over the life of Errol Barrow, people sucking salt, people are frightened, crisis coming, trouble brewing, Lord have mercy, and they're pontificating as he is wont to do. He spoke for an hour and 25 minutes. And 50 minutes of those 125 he spent on Errol Barrow. 50 minutes on a man who is not with us. And we salute the Right Excellent Errol Barrow for his contribution. But a party has to be focused not only on its history, because you can't live on past glories. What are the coming glories? What are the future achievements? What is the foundation on which we are going to stand? How are you going to take the country forward? All Ralph did was reminisce in a historical way. And he said that he repeatedly that he grew up in a colony. Now, you know, when we were at primary school, Pat, my sister is here, you had to learn things like a set of bees would be hive and a flock of sheep and all these collective terms. And something triggered my mind. And I searched, or Fred searched for me. He kept saying he came from a colony. He was born in a colony, and he is a man from a colony. Do you know that a group of rats living together is called a colony? No, I remembered it. It just triggered something. It was gnawing at the back of my head. And in a conversation with a friend, I said, Google this quick. Check and tell me if the habitation of rats is not called a colony. You know I was right. So people complaining that we calling him rat, but he telling you himself that he come from a rat colony. I want to go on to make just a couple more points. Excuse me, please. In relation to his work. I want to make the point, one final point, and it goes back again to the morality issue. The Democratic Labour Party, despite changing some of its members, has not changed. I do not know if any of you saw the clips. David Estwick, in, I think it was the launch of their candidates or something, decided that rather than talking policy, rather than presenting himself as somebody full of energy ready to serve, would spend his night cursing the Barbados Labour Party. He said that we were a bunch of nutty liars. He said that we were whores and prostitutes, his language. Tell me really, if you feel that having done that in 2018 and having abused us in them kind of terms in 2022, and the public indicating by their votes that that is not what they want, Estwick got any right coming back with that kind of nasty low talk on the platform? But you know what is most shocking about it? That when Estwick came up, when Estwick finished speaking, Ralph came up and said, David Estwick is my brother. This is the man who roots himself verbally in morality. This is the man who tells you that he adheres to the highest possible standards. This is the man who tells you that his candidates have to walk a particular road, and he tries to cut a contrast between the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party. And I'm saying to you tonight that there is, in fact, a contrast. The contrast is that the Barbados Labour Party is about service. The contrast is that the Barbados Labour Party has candidates of the quality of Sandra Husbands and Kerry Simmons. The contrast is that the Barbados Labour Party has a team that has been tried and tested in times of crisis, that has proven itself again and again. The difference is that the Democratic Labour Party, when they cut salaries, sent home 2 and 3 people from the same household. This is a party, the Barbados Labour Party, that gives people training, that gives people money in their pocket, that tries to cushion the cost of living. This is a party that looks after youth and elders and small business people. This is a party of the people, and this is a party for the small man and the poor man and the people of this constituency and the people of this community and the people of this country. That is the difference. We are not about rhetoric, we are about the reality of service. We are about the reality of putting ourselves on the line every day to ensure that the people of Barbados have improved circumstances and that our name is exalted in the international world. We are about building a Barbados where your children will have a brighter future than you ever imagined, and one that you yourself did not have. We are a party that has a woman whom the world respects and whom Barbados adores because she serves. The things that you hear on a Democratic Labour Party platform, you could never hear from the Labour Party. And so, despite my voice, I came to this corner on which so much cricket has been played to say to you that on the 11th of February, knock the ball for 6. Give the Barbados Labour Party your vote. Return us to government so that we can continue work for you. Give the Barbados Labour Party your vote so that Barbados can remain on the kind of trajectory, on the kind of path that the Barbados Labour Party has put it. There is no more sewage on our roads. There are no more trees growing up of the sewage plant in St. Michael. Since we have come to government, there's never been a day that the sewage plant has been stink. We have now the lowest unemployment in Barbados ever. Cost of living, the cost of living, well, I don't have time to talk about it, so I'm not even going to open a new subject tonight, but I will take up this issue of cost of living on another night. And I say to you, it is Sunday. And so I want to end on a biblical note. Many of you know the story of the servant with the talents. The master was going away, and he pulled his servants together, and he gave one 10, and he gave one 1, and so on. And some of the servants invested. But one servant said, when the master came back, look, I know you was a hard man, so I hold my money and I really invest it nor do nothing. And the master said, that which you have, the one you have, will be taken away from you because you do not deserve it. And I say to you tonight, the Democratic Labour Party has one seat. Take it away from them because they do not deserve it. Ralph pushed a candidate out of St. John so that he could go there because he thought it was safe. But he does not deserve political safety. He does not deserve your vote. He does not deserve your support. And the Democratic Labour Party has performed so poorly as an opposition that if you were to risk voting for them at all, you could be risking the gains that we have made from 2018 until now. Stay with the Barbados Labour Party. Do not let go certain for uncertain. The Lord be with you.
One thing that I know when election time come wrong again. When the BNP in power, we smiling again. Labour people, represent with your hand in the air. Put 'em up. Yo!
Election is the time you have to meet up with all my friends. What's me and Manley and me's bound there? The country winning, me and me. Represent with your hand in the air.
So peoples, you heard heard it. It was an action-packed night. We thank you for coming. We want you to continue supporting the Barbados Labour Party at all of our meetings, whether it be a spot meeting, a public meeting, or a national meeting, because we are just over a week from February 11th. So we really want for you to go out in your numbers and vote. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for Sandra Husbands in St. James South. Vote for Chad Blackman in St. James North. And vote for Carrie Simmons in St. James Central. And for the entire Barbados Labour Party in the remaining 27 constituencies. So for the final time tonight, my name is Tahir Bubulia. Good night, God bless, and get home safely. Until next time, bye-bye.
One thing that I know when election time come wrong again. When the BNP in power, we smiling again. Labour people, represent with your hand in the air.
Election is the time you love to meet up with all my friends.